Welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I am your host, Tony G. I'm back at it again doing another live, and I'm going to wait for some people to come on. I'm very excited about this particular topic. I said, you know what? I want to talk more about Trump and his policies, you know what I'm saying? So it's only right that we do this, you know? So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and wait until others come into the room, and then we can basically go over the key points. So as people come in and settle in and things, I know no one is in the room right now, but that's okay and things. But I am overall very, very excited about his energy policies as well as the tariffs that we're going to be covering today. So as people come into the room, we're going to go over it because I said we got to have a talk more about far as the way of the economy. And I know some of this could be a boring for some of you, but you have to understand that America is in a transitional period for good, for change. And things. So we're not going to really harp on the negative left lunatics. We're not going to deal with them. We're going to be talking about what is going to make America great again regarding the energy independence here in America. And this is what we're going to be focusing on. In fact, I'm going to be doing a lot more on key points and key things that Trump and administration is setting up. And it's all possible because of you guys as well as myself who voted for him. So I'm gonna wait for people to come into the room and then we're gonna get started. It's gonna be a really, really I believe it's gonna be a good live today. It's sunny out here, blue skies, great day. A little cold here in Michigan, but overall though, we're gonna get through it. So as people come into the room, and then I'm gonna get started. I'm very excited about this particular topic. I see exactly what's going on, what Trump is basically doing, and yeah, and like I said before, this is a transitional period for us coming to something better. We're going to go over the key points and things like that with Trump's energy policy. We're going to be talking about the oil and gas and how that equates to independence, as well as potentially creating jobs and raising, as far as the actual jobs and stuff like that. Now, with the people that are against it, where it raises climate concerns, I don't think that we'll have a lot of that to be concerned with because, again, the other alternative under the old system with NAFTA, Clinton had a lot to do with how we were independent in a lot of things, such as manufacturing as well, oil, gas. I mean, we had it here in America, made in America products, everything we had here in America. There was no reason for this stuff to be outsourced, but we understand why they did it, especially on the left, the Uniparty in general, because we know that the monetary banking, the Federal Reserve, and all that, that the government, which is these elected officials that we voted in, and what ended up happening is that every time they borrow money, it charges interest, right? And if you notice, the power of the dollar bill has shrunk tremendously. You know, it's not the same level as it was if you go back over 100 years ago. So this is another issue. So in order to as far as with the labor force, the labor costs and all that, they had to outsource the jobs because they know people in America wasn't going to work for pennies. But if you got China, India, Philippines, and these other places, you know, yeah, it looks more appetizing, and that's what ended up happening. But let's go ahead and go further with it. I welcome you guys to the live. Again, I'm at it again and things. So welcome back, or some of you guys that are new as we get started. So, all right. So it seems likely, right, that the tariffs protect American industries, right, aiming to create manufacturing jobs and increase the costs, right? And this is basically what it always have been. You know, we started talking about it. Excuse me. Job creation, deregulations, infrastructure, and things like that. So these are the things that what Trump is actually doing right now. Energy independence, as I mentioned earlier, which is maximizing domestic oil as well as gas production, right? Reducing reliance on foreign energy. And that's really the main focal point, reducing reliance, right, on foreign energy, right, such as Canada, you know. No disrespects to the Canadians, but at the same time, we were always producing for our own, and until, like I mentioned before, things that have happened where they outsource stuff and NAFTA and all that. So right now, he's establishing a national energy dominance council, right, to streamline regulations to boost independence, right, potentially lowering energy costs for Americans. Which, in other words, ladies and gentlemen, think about this: we're talking about job creations, right? We're talking about the energy sector, right? These are the things that we're talking about right now. So that's going to be another form of job creation when he gets this thing done. He already got the council up already. So with Trump's policies, we are headed in the right direction. Trump's with this energy dominance, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about being energy efficient, right? Or energy independent, right? So we're talking about oil, gas, coal, right? These are going to be the driving forces of our economy. It's going to boom back, and we're probably going to be looking at least about a year out. I would say a year, maybe a year and a half, but things can actually happen sooner. It just depends. But it's going to take some time, ladies and gentlemen, for the economy to boom back. And I do believe that Trump is going to be the one that's going to basically do it because he don't have DEI people in his cabinet. He has people that are very competent. They know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what we need to start awarding people off of merit base versus this other clown stuff, because that's not going to get it done. Ever since Trump been in office, he's been getting things done. Unless, like with the left, you know, we're not going to go into that. But in any event, so we're talking about creating new jobs, right? His strategy relies on economic growth, right? Deregulations, energy projects, right? As well as, for us with the protective tariffs. And we're going to talk about that as well, because this kind of goes hand in hand with each other, ladies and gentlemen. So we started talking about Trump's tariff policies, right? We're talking about fair and reciprocal plan, right? So when he says fair and reciprocal, we know what that means. So as of April the 2nd, I do believe that Trump is going to implement his reciprocal tariffs. So whatever the country charging us, like right now, Canada charge us 250% tariffs while we charge them nothing. And they've been doing this for a long time, and it's not fair. So, as Trump said, that we want these nations that we've been carrying for so long to pay back what they owe Americans. And that's not a bad thing, right? We're talking about monies that us as the taxpayer have been funding Canada, Europe, and some of these other nations around the world. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, Sergey says Trump is an our. Okay, Trump is an our boy. Okay. Oh yeah. I see the flag over there. Is that from Russia? If I'm correct or not? I used to know my flags, but at any event, yeah, I appreciate you coming on there, Sergey. I think that's a Russian flag. Sergey is definitely Russian. Yeah. How you doing? Oh yeah. Yeah. Привет. Привет. Yeah, привет. Yeah, there you go. That's about all I could say in Russian, you know. But yeah, man. So yeah, I'm gonna get to that too, man. I'm glad you came on, Sergey, man. How are you doing, sir? Yeah, I'm glad you came on because America and Russia, and I'm sure Sergey would agree with me. We never been enemies with each other. We talked about this before. Thank you for the hearts, and thank you for the likes. Yeah, but yeah, we never been enemies of each other, man. In fact, World War II. We talked about this last night in the live. World War II, guess who our greatest ally was? It was Russia. Russia as well. Russia have never been an enemy to America, but propaganda, of course, we know what ended up happening. So I thank you, man, for coming on, though, man, and things and talking about this. So that is what's up. He's standing right behind you. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's what Austin Norris says. Strawbody says, Mother Russia. But yeah, we don't have no problems with Russia, man. Overall, though, you know what I'm saying? So um, the people are starting to wake up, which is a great thing. But as I get on these tariffs, because again, um, we should have never been involved with that situation, at all. We should have never been involved. That war should have never happened between Russia and Ukraine like it has. And we should have never been funding, what is it, Ukraine as well, too. That's something that people on both sides have lost their life. Who wins from war anyway? The only people that win are its benefactors, the people that pull in the strings. These are the people that the deep state operatives, the global elites, the warmongers and so forth. Those are the ones that are winning. Those are the ones that are winning, man. You know what I'm saying? But let me go ahead and go on with Trump's tariff policies, right? So we're talking about fair and reciprocal. As I mentioned about Canada, Canada been charging us 250%. India charges us 100%, right? If I were to go with the countries around the world, they charge us maybe, excuse me, they may charge us maybe little tariffs, or they may charge us a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? So, therefore, um, Trudeau right now, he's crying because he can't seem to get Trump to stop. He can't see him to pull. Justin Trudeau can't seem to get Trump to stop with the tariffs. And Trump will not stop with the tariffs because right now there's a massive amount of debt out there that the world owe America. The America has been funding a lot of these countries. Some of us that may know it or may not know it is true, you know. So this is why these tariffs are put into effect. Now they are negotiating. They could be negotiated, of course. I don't think it's set in stone, but it gets the attention of the other countries because so far Mexico is playing ball. Mexico is stepped up. They released 29 of the cartel leaders, which is a great monumental leap. They also sent people at that border on their side. The Mexican government sent their troops as well, so the borders are very well secured now as opposed to before. So it's a step in the right direction. Shout out to Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican governor over there in Mexico. So and then they got the remain in Mexico policy as well too for those that are seeking asylum and things like that. So there's a lot of great things that are happening. And what made this possible, ladies and gentlemen, is because of Trump's tariffs. Because Mexico cannot afford paying a high tariff to ship products into America. And since we're talking about tariffs, it came out, I believe it was yesterday, that the United Auto Workers mentioned that with Clinton and NAFTA and how 90,000 manufacturing plants left out of the United States. And that's a lot, you know what I'm saying? So this is basically what it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? How a lot of these factories that could have remained here in America, but because of NAFTA and other type of regulations, pushed a lot of American automakers out of the United States because it's not profitable. When you're constantly being regulated and being taxed and penalized, that's why it's a lot easier for a lot of these companies, American companies, to do business overseas. China was very attractive because China have no labor laws. Everything is all good, and this is what made China a resting haven for not just American business but other companies around the world. People love China right now, right? Because Chinese people work around the clock. Nobody works harder than the Chinese, and with their, you know what I'm saying? It's just a known fact. But getting back on the tariffs once again, so what was I going to say? An aim to protect U.S. Industries, right? By Excuse me. So it aims to protect U.S. industries by imposing taxes on imports, right? Particularly China, Mexico, and Canada, right? Since these are our neighboring countries, it's only fair to do this, right? This is to attend to preserve and create manufacturing jobs and making foreign goods, right? Less competitive, right? Though it may or might lead to higher prices, on the consumer, which is possibly can be an issue. However, I have faith in Trump. I think he's going to pull it out because the reason that he's doing this, because as I mentioned, remember I alluded earlier, is that America has the leverage. These European nations don't. Some of these other countries in the world, they don't have the leverage as America do. America is the bread basket to the world. We feed everybody, right, off of the taxpayers. So this is basically what it is. And then we're going to talk about those taxes very soon. But he's setting this up because America have always ran off of tariffs. If you were to do the history of 1870, we were relying on an external revenue, which means that the countries of the world, if they want to sell their products in America, they have to pay a tariff. And what that does, ladies and gentlemen, is that money that comes in, it comes back into, I believe, our treasury or whatever like that. If you were to remove the central bank and get the IRS out of there, because back then it wasn't no such thing. Americans 250 years ago, they didn't pay taxes. It was unheard of, ladies and gentlemen. It was a straight tariffs. Tariffs was the driving force externally that drove the economy, created jobs. People had a better life, golden age, all the other stuff, yada, 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 right? And just basically breaking this down, this is why he's going in this direction because he knows the history of this country and how we always have made it off of tariffs before the deep state, before the swamp creatures emerged and was created up until 1913. Prior to that, we was golden. And I do believe, excuse me, I do believe that we are going back to that golden age because Trump have already laid down the framework and the foundation by implementing energy dominance as in our country. We're talking about independence, right? Where we don't have to rely on it. Look at the lumber right now. He's already removing the regulations on, fighting against the environmentalists over here in America. He ain't got to fight anymore on that. It's going to go down. You know what I'm saying? So, because we actually have more lumber in America than we do in Canada. You know what I'm saying? True Patch is back again. Are you saying taxes are going to be eliminated? Eventually, True Patch, eventually. Not right now, because we have right now, America is in is working as a parallel economy right now. We're trying to get away from the petrodollar that was created, right? We're talking about the fiat currency, right? It is two types of currencies right now, and the one that Trump is establishing would not rely on the people, which is the taxpayers, right? This was something that was created after 1913. Prior to that, as I mentioned earlier, it was all based off of tariffs, job creation, independence. We were independent in everything. There's no reason in the world that NAFTA should have been ever created. And prior to that, there's no reason that the central bank, which is the Federal Reserve, should have been ever created. But since these institutions were created, this is why we are in a situation right now. It goes way past Biden. What's that? Serbi chaos. Okay, I don't like speaking about politics, even online without my face seen legally. I'm not allowed to, but I enjoy listening. That's cool though. I understand, man. I got a lot of sun in my face and stuff, so I had to position the car. But yeah, I respect your privacy, man. It's all good. It is all good. But this is one of my topics that I enjoy talking about, because as you guys are sitting right now, and as I've been explaining it, it's starting to make more sense, because the old system never worked. It was going to collapse anyway, because way the old system, where the fiat currency, petrodollar, what is it? No, they removed the gold and silver. They took us off the gold standard in 1971. These things create problems in any country, because if you're just printing money and there's no gold and silver in the circulation, what you think is going to happen? It's going to devaluate the dollar, bring it all the way down, and that's really what they have done. They have cleverly and mastered. They pulled the whole wool over the American people. And now that is being unmasked, and now that the truth is being spread, and now that we are seeing, we're not blinded by no more. We see what's going on. There's a lot of Americans out there that have seen how we have been hoodwinked, bamboozled. We've been fooled. And now that this is a different day right now. So going back to the tariffs once again. So his okay, so what Trump's plan is to create job through strategizing, relying on economic growth, right? Deregulations, right? Energy projections, right? And protective tariffs, right? This will include a booming manufacturing, construction with jobs, right? And this is one of the main things. So we're talking about a blue collar boom is what it's basically talking about here. So the middleman, once again, is going to boom the economy, where we're going to have great paying jobs. I would say that, because again, how is this possible? Because of the tariffs. The nations around the world, it's time for them to pay up. And that's what's happening right now. So whether some of them like it or not, and then once we pull out of NAFTA, because I mean, I'm sorry, NATO, because that's a scam anyway. It was always a scam. Tupac says disagree. Before tax was only an income tax. It was defined. Okay, it was defined as a profit and was not paid by workers. And dividend incomes and okay, I see what you said in regards to that. But I want you to think about this, Tupac. I want you to think about this too. So, as I mentioned before, I don't know what you came in on, but we never had taxes before. 250 years from 1870, there was no such thing as taxes from the people. You know what was driving? The driving force was importing of goods from other nations around the world. You can go and look this up. This is a known fact, right? So why tax the people? We're talking about just citizens. It was no need to tax the people at all. Think about it, because it didn't make any sense. You have presidents like Andrew Jackson, William McKinney. Go and pull these presidents up, and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a whole history of them. Abraham Lincoln. There's a whole list of them, right? That relied on tariffs. Was no such thing as taxes for the common person, because we had enough money coming in, revenue coming in from other nations. And this is where Trump is going right now. So, and as I mentioned before, he's planning to boom the economy back. You know, well, well, the thing about it, there were businesses that were taxed. You know what I'm saying? But what happened is, so let's talk about it. What ended up happening is that 1913, there's an organization that's private. It has nothing to do with the government. It's called the Federal Reserve, which is a private bank. And with the Federal Reserve, they were the ones that started changing things, because how they got so rich, they said, well, you know what? We want to come up, we want to control the monetary banking, where the U.S. Treasury would not be allowed to print the money. They would print the money themselves. This private bank has been printing the money for America. So every time our government, when the people that work in government supposed to be on our behalf, every time they run out of money, they'll go back and borrow more money from the Federal Reserve with an interest rate that's applied to it as well. So the problem with that is that there is a foreign institution that's controlling our monetary banking system. It is really a house of cards and a sham, you know. Tupac says, "Have you ever heard of Rothschild?" No, I never have. The one that goes by his name as the real Red Shield translation. No, I never heard of that dude. Norman Rothschild, Raymond Rothschild. Which one? I never heard of these dudes. The dude that tricked the people about how their money was lost at sea and all that. The one that betted. Oh yeah, I'm just joking. Yeah, I heard of Rothschild. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I heard of the Rothschilds. He's one of them, right? I mean, there's many of them. He's not the only one, but he's one of them, though. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I'm just kidding you, man. I'm just teasing you. Yeah, I know who that is. But let me go ahead and go on, though, right? You know what I'm saying? So, um, yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They created the stock market. Yeah, exactly. They did a lot of things. A lot of these so-called government agencies, they never passed through Congress. They were just created in what is it, the secrecy of the people, and that's why you notice that it doesn't work for the people. Let's take it down a little further. You notice with politicians, you know, when they had when they got in and things like this. A lot of the politicians and stuff like that. I mean, the modern day politicians, I should say, you could make more money and become a millionaire when they had access to that U.S. AID fund, you know. But right now, since they don't have access to it no more, we're gonna probably see a lot of people coming out of those jobs unless if they get primaried out. And I can see that because it ain't gonna be no incentive to be a politician no more. See, back then it was an incentive to be a politician because this is how you get rich. You know, you could come in making $170,000 a year, but having access to the funds, taking some deals with the lobbyists and the military industrial complex. Yeah, it's corruption, but taking and we know, I'll watch your back, you watch mine type of deal. This is how a lot of these politicians become rich, you know. True. Okay, so True Pat says stock market and started financing both sides of the war. That's exactly what Norman Rothschild did. He financed on both levels. So therefore, it was no losing at all, right? Um, you bet on both fighters. Exactly, because the outcome you will never lose. Yep, it's a sure thing. It's a sure bet, like you said. A sure bet on both fighters, plain and simple. And this is what they've been doing. They've been playing the American people as well as the world, because this is really global. This is not just America. This is a global thing, right? So what has to happen is simply this: the other nations like Canada and a lot of other ones, they're going to have to cozy up to America, and they're going to have to also learn how to be more self sufficient because right now they are relying heavily on America to fuel them. So if the lumber go away, right, the energy goes away because they got a reactor over there in Canada and other resources. We got tidal resources over here as well too. We got reactors over here in America as well too. So there's really no need. I mean, like Trump said, we really don't need Canada for nothing when you really think about it. And I think with Justin Trudeau, he's starting to really have succumbed to the realization that America is pulling the plug and it's about to be lights out unless if you learn to give Trump what he's looking for. And all this started because he refuses to crack down on the fentanyl and as well as the porn industry. Do you guys realize that one of the largest porn businesses is in Canada? And this is another moneymaker for them, you know? These things are going to hurt Canada when they put the clamp down. So they're going to have to come up with some type of way. I'm talking about Canada right now, and as well as the European nations. I hate to say it, but I really don't hate to say it, but a lot of the European nations have been blood sucking America for a long time too. And now they are paying, right? They're paying their thing with NATO, but we got to pull out of NATO because NATO was really a scam. We know that the United States have a great influence on NATO more so than the other European nations. They just there kind of like for window dressing. Who pays? Who sends in the military? Let's say if Germany, France get attacked, guess who's coming? The United States. Can we say the same thing in return if America gets attacked by an enemy? Do you think that France is going to send their military in? But check out the irony. France is willing to send their military over there to the Ukraine, right? But they would never, I believe that they would never send their military over here to America. And they ain't the only ones. There's a few European nations that will not help America if the shoe was on the other foot. But but they know that Trump knows that we're holding the leverage and they're not. They don't have the advantage. We do. So they have to appease us and they have to abide by the rules that we lay down. Because when you think about it, who needs the military more, Europe or America? We have a strong military. When it comes down to that, we are superior on land and as well as on sea. And anybody that don't know should know this, right? So the thing about it is simply this, though. We are holding all the cards. They aren't. You know what I mean? So Sean Banks, the trucker, says France will help Canada and Mexico too. Yeah, but I'm just saying though. I'm talking about NATO right now. I don't know if you heard me. I'm talking about NATO per se. You know, but True Patch says none. True Patch says we have a nuclear bomb, right? Yeah, China does, North Korea does, Russia does, Turkey does, Israel does. Who else have one? Those are like the major countries that actually have a nuclear capability or actually a nuclear defense, you know, which we should, I believe that we're going to work towards dismantling a lot of these nuclear missiles because it's not needed. Because it'll be Daytona. You know, one shot shoot one off, another one shoot one off, game over. This is one of the reasons why Trump want to build that iron dome over America to protect his American citizens. And he says that we have the technology right now. So um, I see that being a thing. We didn't have it under Ronald Reagan. I remember the Star Wars thing when I was a kid, but he never really got that off. But it's amazing how history repeats itself, you know. Sean Banks, the trucker, says, in so many words, you're saying we don't need anybody, we don't have friends and Trump followers. It's all about what Trump wants down for it. No, I don't know when you came in, Sean. I gave a key points in regards to Trump's policies. And if I have to go back, I can go back because I don't know when you came in. I get a lot of truckers that rock with me too, man. So shout out to you as a trucker. But I'll explain it to you. I love trucking. I got friends that drive trucks, locally as well as internationally. You know what I mean? But good for you, man. As a truck driver, you guys are the backbone of our economy. And without you guys, things would be rough. Y'all bring it. You know what I mean? So yeah, Sean. So let me go back. I can go back a little bit. We're talking about first. We talked about um, Trump's energy independence. See, right now, the media on see with the legacy media, mainstream media, they would never talk about this Trump in a positive light. I'm talking about it from Trump in regards to America, not him, but America, right? So Trump's approach to emphasize by maximizing domestic oil, which we produce right here. That's why he said we got black liquid gold underneath our feet. In fact, we have more oil here than Saudi Arabia. There's no reason in the world that we should be paying Saudi Arabia for its oil. Now, when you think about it, Sean Banks, the trucker, it makes no sense. But let's go a little bit further. Gas as well. We produce more natural gas here as well as coal. There's no reason in the world that America can't be energy independent. The question will be to you and many other people: why are we relying on on other parts of the world to feed us when we can feed ourselves? You know that don't make no sense. You don't make no sense at all. And that's a question that I pose to you. Think about it, just straight up logic. If you have all the resources in house, why would you need to beg other nations to do for you when you can do for yourself? You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about that. But let's dive in a little further, right? Because I talked about this a little earlier, right? Trump has also established a National Energy Dominance Council to streamline regulations, boost the output, potentially lowering costs for Americans. Because think about it, if we're producing it in house, that means that our pricing of what we pay for on gas and all this other stuff, it goes down. The reason why we know why it's going up, right? Canada right now, I live over here in Michigan. Canada got reactors and they got power plants over here where they send the energy from Canada back over here to the United States. It runs from here all the way to Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason in the world that we can't do this on our own. We did it before NAFTA, and we will do it again, right? So these are the things right here. When you always have in-house, when it comes down to being independent, energy independent, the prices go down. What make the prices go up when you have to rely on Saudi Arabia for its oil, Canada, and all that? Because guess what? They also are charging tariffs. And I don't know exactly how much Saudi Arabia charges for us to receive the oil back into America, but I know it ain't free. And Canada was 250% tariffs. Look it up. You can look that up in things. Sean Banks, the trucker. Did you realize? Do you realize Sean Banks, the trucker, that Canada was charging America 250%? Right. This is fact. Canada was doing this, right? And they're not the only ones. India was charging us 100%, just for their products to touch down here in America. And guess who? And guess who? Well, guess where they passed that the cost right on to the consumer. So we're paying more for them to produce for us when we can produce for ourselves. There's no reason in the world that we don't have to rely on India or any of these countries like that. It makes no sense. I'm talking about energy, you know. We don't need this type of stuff, and we don't need NATO. Guess what? Guess who's been funding NATO? NATO is a scam. It benefits European nations in the European Union, but it don't benefit America. Since we're going to talk about, I seen Donna Kimmel, and I can challenge against that easy, right? Hold on for a minute, Sean Banks. Let me get on this situation with Donna, because yeah, she said that do not leave NATO. Yeah, so that's what she said. Do not leave NATO. That's what she said. Do not leave NATO. We don't need NATO. Guess who's been funding NATO for all of you? NATO has been funded by the American taxpayer as well. It's a big scam. See, it was designed originally because we know that there were deep state operatives that created NATO in the first place. It don't benefit the American people. It takes away from the American American people's dollars. Excuse me, American people's tax dollars. That's a known fact. We are the largest contributor spending into NATO, right? As over any European nation out there, we pay in the most with the American people. So not only that the American people, right, finance, right, because they've been using our taxpayers. If Doge haven't showed us anything, it's all there, right? We're talking about the monies that have been stolen from the American people and been funding the WHO, the World Health Organization. You look at a lot of these other organizations that's been funded. NATO is no different. America, trust me, Donna, we don't need NATO. We don't need NATO at all. What the European nations would have to learn how to do is that they would have to learn how to protect themselves, come up with some type of way, because they've been sapping they've been sucking off of America for a long time, you know? You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what it is. Let me see here. Uh, okay, so Sean Banks, the trucker, says, let's talk about food. Okay. I may be a little behind though, too, maybe just a little bit. But yeah, let's talk about food too. We know right now that, and I'm glad you brought that up, Sean, the trucker, man. What's going on right now? I'm gonna try to walk this down again, and then I'm gonna go to the food. So because we're going with the tariffs, because that kind of go hand in hand. Tariffs and the reciprocal right plan, and that's going to go in effect with Trump's policies. It's going to go in effect April 2nd, right? So April 2nd, this reciprocal plan, which will mean, in other words, any nation, right, out there, right, that whatever they charge us, like India, Canada, we're going to charge Canada 250%. We're going to charge India 100%, and so forth. And whatever China's going to charge us, we're going to charge them. China actually got a lawsuit right now against against Trump or whatever. It's not going to work, but it's been unfair, and this it's been unfair to be really honest with you. You know what I'm saying? So, going with the food thing, though, right? So this money that these other nations, all these European nations, and anybody that is not American, right? They're going to have to pay a tariff for their products to touch down here in America and things as of the 2nd of April. So whatever they charge us, we're going to charge them. I think it's ingenious, and I know it's going to work because, again, we are holding the cards. We holding the leverage. India and all these other countries are not holding the leverage. We are. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead and go further down, and I'm gonna get on that. I'm gonna get with you in a minute, two patch. Give me a minute. So Sean Banks, the trucker, says we can't grow our food. We have to import it. We have free trade in Mexico, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, NAFTA is going away, by the way, because we never benefit from it. Remember I said before, Mexico benefited, Canada benefited because of the unfair tariff practices. Why do you think that Trump put in a reciprocal plan in the first place of tariffs? Because he wanted to even the playing field better. It's uneven right now. They it's uneven. It's not a fair exchange. I don't know why they even say that. It's not a fair exchange. It's been lopsided. The American taxpayer have been feeding the world. We are the bread basket to the world. Believe that. Europe is not. We are. We're much bigger than they are, and we actually have been feeding them. See what I'm saying? So therefore, what's going to end up happening now is those reciprocal tariffs. Now let's get on the food. The food part, because check this out, and Trump even mentioned it. With our local farmers, a lot of them are about to get rich because now they're going to have an incentive. And Trump has already set up plans through the government to incentivize local farmers. Local farmers are going to be the driving force of America, not Mexico, but America. That's why he said America first, you know, and this is what has to happen. This is the right direction. And if you look at the ratings of Trump, 76% approved Trump's speech, what he gave the other day. And he also talked about this stuff on March the 4th. I listened to it, took notes on the side, and things like that. And you guys are a little ahead of me right now, but and I may not be able to get to all of you guys right now, but give me some time here. Joe Mama is in the house. Yep, Joe Mama, Joe Mama, where's your blue wrench, man? Joe Mama, where's your blue wrench? Hold on for a minute. Uh, Hold on for a minute, Joe Mama. Let me go. I was wondering what happened to your blue wrench. Okay, I'm sorry about that, man. Did I hit you by accident, Joe Mama? There you go, man. Sorry, I said what happened to his blue wrench. I knew that's why you wasn't staying out. Sorry about that, John, man. I apologize, man. Yeah, I apologize, man. You may have to help me answer some of these questions. I don't want to be too far behind, but yeah, but going back to the American farmers, yeah, we're setting it up over here, man. Yeah, there you go. That's better. There's Joe Mama, right? And he's right. Joe Mama is right though. Truck the pat. Yeah, truck the True Patch. He's right. We never needed Canada for any other of the dairy products because once again, Canada charges America to ship those products back here. It's 250% tariffs. I don't know why. That's not a friend of mine. That's more like an enemy in so many words, you know. But going back to, I know Sean Banks, the trucker, was mentioned about. You were mentioning about the food and stuff, and yeah, we're gonna get there, Ryan, for about the price of the eggs and stuff like. Hold on for a minute. Got to change my earbuds. Hold on for a minute. Yeah, that should be better. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's better. So yeah, so we're gonna get down to all that, but this is big, ladies and gentlemen. This is big. Not to panic, not to worry. The American farmer, and by the way, Joe Mama is a farmer, and he knows this industry very, very well. I got a few farmers that rock with me as like the truckers. You know, they rock with me in this room. But he's absolutely right. I mean, if you listen to Joe Mama, he's in the business, you know, and this is what it's all about the food here, the things and the prices that's going up until America captures and controls and become energy independent, use the tariffs like we use it in the days of old, and also learn to be self-reliant, which America can do it. The automotive industry is about to come back here to America too, which means jobs are going to be created. The factory farmers, I'm not factory, I'm sorry, the actual farmers in America, they're going to be in big demand though. A lot of them are probably going to go back to the agriculture business. They were driven out. You know what I'm saying? Minority farmers too, they were driven out. They're going to be booming back now because they're going to be in major demand. We need farmers. We need farmers. Farmers for America, right? And this is the big plan right now. This is what we're talking about. All this stuff that I was mentioning, going over these policies, walking this stuff down, we are going to be independent, man. You know what I'm saying? On everything. We don't need the world for nothing. It sounds like it's us versus them. And I don't want to make it like a us versus them. We all can work together. We just want these other countries to pay what they owe and to be a lot more fairer, you know, because again, even I'm not coming from a place of hatred, with these politicians. I can listen to them. Many other people, some people cannot. They'll just shut their ears off because when you're coming from a place of hatred, you miss a lot of opportunity for understanding. So this whole thing, why I created a channel to have better understanding in regards to these policies, because these day-to-day policies does affect America. It can affect us positively or negatively. You know what I'm saying? But being involved, it plays a lot of you have to come from you guys' part. I may not be able to read through everybody. I'm trying to catch up at the same time. Let me see. Sean Banks, the trucker says, the farmers grow wheat. USA buys the wheat from the US farmers, then feeds the world, right? Shannon Dombrowski says, high cost of foreign energy causes high prices. Absolutely. I said the same thing, Shannon. And this is why we need to have it in house. This is why Trump is setting this stuff up. It's about being in house, not external, but internal. And because all they do is pass the cost of the tariffs down to the consumer anyway. This is why energy, the power your home costs more, right? But we have everything here in house, you know. True Pat says 70% of the farmers owned by the crops, 70% of the farmlands owned by crops, blah, blah, blah. Got to skip over a little bit because I want to try to catch up. Sean Banks, the trumper, says, ain't stupid. I'm getting my African citizenship and move to Thailand. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, stay here to be in the rat race, no health care. Oh, yeah, by the health care thing, too. That's about to change because we're gonna have. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to persuade you, Sean Bates, the trucker. I mean, I do have a passport. I know what you're on. You know what I'm saying? I know the passport bro movement. I feel you. I'm on that. You know what I'm saying? So there's no reason at all. But I would just say this. Have some faith. You'll start seeing changes. America's gonna get better, Sean. It's gonna get better, man. And things, man. Nothing wrong with going to Thailand, looking for that Thai wife and all that. I get it. Plus the healthcare over there is cheaper. Hey, I get it. But when you start seeing it become cheap over here, you're gonna want to come back to America, man, and you're going to have a lot more opportunity. There's nothing wrong with going to these places. And I know why. I mean, like I said, I'm a big fan of Passport Bros. I know some guys. I know guys that have been to Thailand from ex-military. I get it. I do. Let's see here. I don't want to miss over everybody. Yeah, it's coming in. Let me see here. U.S. aid closed down. Well, yeah, Trump's cut it off right now. Let me see here. The new WHO says thinking that making products in the U.S. will lower costs makes no sense. Blah 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 blah. It costs 3 times more. Blah 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 blah, or whatever like that. May I remind you, the new WHO, that if you look back in our history 250 years ago, America have always relied on tariffs from other nations. In fact, America citizens never paid taxes. It's true. They never paid taxes. The deep state globalists want you to think that we have always paid taxes. It's not true. Taxes was not didn't come into play until the Federal Reserve and the IRS back in 1913. So what you're saying is not correct. In fact, if you look at the presidents of old, from Andrew Jackson, William McKinney, Abraham Lincoln, and so forth, a lot of them didn't experience taxes. In fact, a lot of them fought against it. You know what I'm saying? They fought against it, and we always have tariffs though. Ultimately, tariffs was always funded America, where we didn't have to rely on taxes from the government. So it's actually absurd, to think otherwise. Let me see here. Tupac says corporations. Ibrahim Amin says Sean moved to Qatar. Yeah, Qatar, yeah. Joe Mama says America relies on Canada for energy. Those tariffs are going to hurt us. Let's see here. Trupac says, hey, Joe. Yeah, okay, yeah. Trupac said, hey, Joe, how much subsidies this year? All right. And Sean Banks, the trucker, says Qatar is too expensive. I can't get to Africa. I can't get two African passports by a condo cash for 50,000 in Pattaya. Yeah, I know what you're saying though, Sean Banks, the trucker now, which is I mean, yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. I know what you on, man. I get it. I do get it, passport bros and all this other stuff. And we know the reasons why you're going over there, right? We know that the dating situation sucks in America, especially for a black man. It's even worse. It's like at the bottom of the totem pole, man. It's like with us, we can't even get no respect for our own women, let alone other women. And then plus the economy as well too, because it costs money to be in a relationship. Truthfully, everybody expect their man to be making well over $100,000 a year. I mean, $100,000 a year for a single person ain't nothing. Not in this economy. You got to be you got to be way up about 400,000 and up just to be getting by, and that protects you from the bitenomics. But under that, man, you're gonna be suffering, man. And a family, it's a wrap. So I know what you mean, man. I get it. True Pat says milk is $8 a pint. Let's see. Sean Banks, the trucker, says that was before we had rolls. Let's see here. B. Riddle says, who wants African passport? True Pat says, and a loaf of bread was a pity. Let me see here. Sean Banks, the trucker, says, and look at the rest of the world at that time. The new who 250 years ago was slavery and still free labor, blah, 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 or whatever. Nobody said it was perfect, but at the same time, we didn't have tariffs. I mean, we had tariffs, but we didn't have taxes. We didn't have taxes though. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was talking about. True Pat says milk will become $8 a pint. True Patch says tomatoes will be $12 around, right? But like I said, the stuff that I'm talking about, you guys don't see it because you're judging it off of the central bank. You still don't understand the Federal Reserve, and that's the point why you're bringing all this stuff up. These talking points are coming from the Federal Reserve. If the Federal Reserve were to go away right now, which is going to be going away, where America will actually be printing its own money, like in the Constitution, how it always is supposed to be, right? You're basing this stuff off of the deep state, as well as the fact about the Federal Reserves and so forth. Which I get it. I get it because as long as that entity is still around, and Trump is building a parallel economy to the fictitious, fiat currency economy, right? And right now, you guys are talking about the fiat currency economy as opposed to Trump's parallel economy, which will work. It will work. We're gonna find out the gold as in. I believe the gold is actually in Fort Knox. I believe it's in there. True Patch says, "You volunteer for slavery." True Patch says, "No, after no taxes, not at all." Yeah, but True Pat says, "No, I'm biased on it." Okay, right, and that's understandable. Trust me, it's understandable because for some of you guys, what I've been saying, it sounds like a new concept, but it really isn't a new concept. This is something how America itself have always relied on, and things like that. I happen to be a little bit of a history buff. Bo Riddle says tariffs can't work these days. We now a global economy. You see, you use the word a global economy, and that's my whole point. B. Riddle and people like him, see, it's hard to get out of that mindset because the way that the deep state operatives, the enemies to America, as well as many nations, they set it up where it have to rely on the global economy. It does not. It does not. Why you think Trump is pulling away and breaking away from the globalists? Because really, the globalists are the ones that's controlling all this stuff. The way that the pricing, the way with the taxes, is not in our Constitution. They wrote it in on the 16th Amendment, and that's going to be ratified as well too. Once Trump gets a hold of the control of the country for real, he's going to remove the 16th Amendment, which is basically saying that Americans are subject to pay taxes. And I'm telling you, it wasn't the case if you go back in history. We didn't pay taxes, relied on tariffs. And right now it's going to work because we are the breadbasket of America, right? Every nation around the world, right, relies on America. Straight like this, you know what I'm saying? It relied on America. I just want you guys to really realize this. Everybody relies, and they right now they still rely on America. America is like the biggest thing, especially to Europe, and as well as a lot of other nations. Asia, China alone relies on America. If we were to sever ties with China once we become independent, they will be in a world of hurt. You know what I'm saying? So the automaker, here's another thing too. What was told to Trump, Trump was going to give everybody the second. Now he gave the automakers in these other countries another month. Now this don't mean the tariffs are still going to go into place. I'm talking about the reciprocal tariffs. They're going to actually hit April the 2nd, right? Reciprocal tariffs, right? But the American automakers, they told Trump, they said, could you give us a month to get our affairs in order? Because the American automakers are coming back to the shores of America. They don't want to pay that high tariff. Trump already told them, hey, if you guys don't come back to America, you're going to be also in that same club paying high tariffs. So, what do you think the American automakers are going to do? They're coming back to the shores of America. They're coming back here to Detroit, where they should have never. I mean, there's no reason that. Why is the automaker over there, American automaker in Canada, making auto parts or putting the car together, and then not only that, sending it back to America with a 250% tariff back to the American people? Makes no sense. It's stupidity. It makes no sense whatsoever, right? So, so when we're talking about it, it's simply this. It's going to happen. You know why? Because the majority, 77 plus million of American voters that voted for Trump see his vision. They feel confident in it, and they also feel that we are moving in the right direction. Can't be 100%, but I think that 77+% is a great number. That means that we have the majority of the people in America that believes in Trump's vision of making America great again, right? Because what is the other alternative, right? What is the other alternative that we have? We didn't have any other. They set us up for failure. They were trying to bankrupt America. They were trying to destroy America. We were paying. I mean, look at this. They wanted things to remain the same. Want the tax thing. The taxes are going away. We don't. There's no need to have the IRS. In fact, that's going to be the first criminal institution that's going to go away. And the stuff that I'm saying, though, mark my way. When it goes down, you're gonna say, man, Tony was right. Tony was right. I can't even debate that. Tony was right. It's actually pretty simple when you really think about it, because I think outside of the box. But it actually makes a lot of sense. But let me see. Let me read some of this stuff again, and then I'm gonna go back on my other point. Okay. Let me see here. B Rattle says tariffs. Okay, I already read that one. Okay. True Pat says no. Oh my God, we only 250 years old country. No, we're a little over that. We're actually a little bit more than that. But I was just making the point about the tariffs and things like that. But True Pat says 250 years ago there was no tariffs. 1776 to 19. Let me see here. Maybe my math may be a little off, but I will say this. Um, 1776, we won our independence from the British. Why did that happen? Because it was taxation without representation. The British was charging us up to wazoo, right? So that is basically what it is right there, right? Let me see. Tupac says, stop saying that. Tupac says, blacks didn't vote at that time. No, blacks voted. The blacks voted when the Reconstruction period happened. True Patch. That was actually between 1863, I do believe, to 1877. Blacks was well into politics. They actually worked in the White House. They voted. Remember, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was uh, was actually designed by blacks only. 13th Amendment, it was the abolishment of slavery, and that was passed through Republicans, not Democrats. Democrats were for slavery. Republicans were against slavery. This is a known fact. 14th Amendment was about what we talked about. Um, what's the other one? Birthright citizenship, because they had to include the blacks in after they freed them, so they had to make them citizens, right? That's where the birthright citizenship came in. The 15th Amendment, of course, we know what that is. It's just allowed blacks to vote. This is if you look at the 15th Amendment, it allowed the blacks to vote and be part of the system, plain and simple. Let me see here. The new Who says it's simple math. If a car company has the factory of 1,000 workers making under $7 an hour in the foreign countries, then how is the prices going to lower? Well, that's what I'm trying to say, though. The new Who, you're basing it, what you're saying is right with the Federal Reserve, right? The Federal Reserve have been manipulating our economy, right? Because it's a private bank. When we all pay taxes, you do believe that do you absolutely think that our taxes really go into the infrastructures, and they've been ripping us off for a long time. That's why it ain't making sense, because if you think about it, With that, inflation, the devaluation of the dollar is steady shrinking. That's why they and the regulations, the labor laws, all this stuff happened or under ever since the central bank was established in 1913. Over time, the dollar started shrinking and the price started going up. That was the reason for a lot of these manufacturing jobs to go overseas. Because as you said, who's going to work in the factories other than China for low wages, slave wages, right? Mexico is attractive as well too, right? Because of the Federal Reserve Central Bank, that has to go away. And once that entity has gone away, Americans would truly see that, oh, because most people don't really understand the inner workings of the central bank, which is the Federal Reserve. They have been manipulating gold and silver too. They've been suppressing the prices. You know what I'm saying? So but I felt the need of wanting to bring this up to try to see who's who that can kind of follow what I'm talking about. But I understand because we know that we have been brainwashed from school. We have never, if you think about it, who talks about the central bank, which is the Federal Reserve? They never bring that up. In your economic classes, you never find out about that. They kept that secret. Everything else they told you about, like the government and all that, but they never told you about the Federal Reserve. Go look it up. Go and Google it, and you'll see that it was established. There's a book called The Creatures of Jekyll Island. It's just a good read, and it explains how the central bank came about on the shores of America. But it's a private banking institution. It is not government at all. Sharon, excuse me, Sharon Dabrowski says, look at your paycheck before taxes. Yeah, and that's another point because Trump is what he's basically saying is that when you and every American have the right to have 100% of his earnings to themselves. Nobody's going to argue against that. So right now, if you guys are talking this ish, that means that you're okay paying taxes. And we already know truck driver, real people that pay in the taxes. I know damn well that you guys are not paying no little money in taxes. So that means to say that you guys are okay with paying into the taxes, what is called the 40-40 rule, where you work 40 years of your life and take 40% out your tax income. Good point though, Shannon, but it's the truth. You're okay with taxes being taxed up to wazoo. Every time you look around, there's more regulations, big government. Trump has been shrinking the government. Have you noticed? Government is shrinking right now, right? All the IRS agents, those 87,000 IRS agents, they're not out. They're not in house. They're out in the field, and some of them are down there on that border, right? We don't need this big over bloated government. This is why we're not seeing the benefit of the taxes that we're paying for. We would see the benefit of it because of the central bank until that institution goes away. But I believe the Federal Reserve will go first. That's going to go away because it's always been criminal. It's not. It doesn't work on the behalf of the people. It works against the people, and that's what I'm trying to get some of you guys to really understand and see. You cannot sit up here and say that you're happy at paying taxes, because to say that, you're lying. The new Who says none of these. Okay, none of that has to do with the price of paying the workers in foreign countries. Blah blah blah. All that. What I'm saying to you, oh, let's stop it right now, man. Let's stop that right now. As I said earlier, the American businesses are already transitioning back to America. Whether you believe it or not, they are coming back to America. Reason is because they don't want to have to pay the tariff tax. That's why they're coming back. The reason they left in the first place because our government, which was hijacked, which is because of the regulations, the taxes, the unfair taxes, and so forth, and the labor costs, it pushed everything up. You know what I'm saying? With the devaluation of the dollar. That's why they left out of America in the first place. It's going to keep it 100. Because you know what I'm saying? What you're saying, I can come up with a counter to what you're saying right now, which I just did. And that's exactly what ended up happening. They have more of an incentive to come back into America. The manufacturing jobs are coming back to America. I get tired of seeing made in China on everything. Wouldn't it be nice to see a product that says made in America? It doesn't have to be cheap to be made in America. It doesn't at all. It doesn't have to be cheap, right? That's what I'm trying to say. So True Patch says once it's gone, wages go up to $35 an hour. It possibly can. It possibly can. Somewhere around where it used to be, but it would be enough where the average person can make a living, right? Because the reason that we aren't seeing the benefit now, what really changed is the shrinking of the dollar, the devaluation of the dollar shrunk. That's what it really is. You got to keep in mind, if gold and silver is not in the circulation and they're just printing Federal Reserve notes, think about it. Is the Federal Reserve note that we call is a dollar, what we call it a fiat dollar, is that really money for real? No, it's not. It's not even backed by anything, right? So this goes back to what I was saying before. The money shrunk, the value of money. We're not even spending real money. Real money is backed by gold and silver. Did you not remember that? America at one time was its own, it was printing. We had our treasury. We didn't have a Federal Reserve. We actually had the US Treasury. They were printing money and they had gold and silver, right? To basically monitor how much of the paper the paper dollar. The paper dollar was just a little bit easier, but it was one time you can go in the bank and get the gold and silver or whatever, and so forth like that as well. And that's one of the reasons why Trump wanted to do an audit on, you already know, Fort Knox. We have to go in there because we haven't been in there in a long time. We have to make sure that the gold bars are in there. If there are not, that's going to be a hell of a price to pay because whoever took that gold out of here, that's on the ground of treason. The gold and the silver are the people's gold and silver. See, that's what I'm saying. So Shannon Dombrowski says, how much do we pay to have those products shipped to the U.S.? It's here, Shannon. We pay. I said it earlier. Canada is charging us 250% right now as we speak, right? Until April the 2nd, where Trump is going to put in his reciprocal plan, which is he's going to match Canada. So if Canada been charging us this for a very long time, and this is before NAFTA, I do believe they've been hitting us up for a long time. So India is 100% tariffs. Some of the other countries you can pull that up too and find out what they've been charging. But and so forth. China too. China been getting away for a long time. China wouldn't even allow, just like the Europeans, they wouldn't allow us to sell our cars in China, let alone in Europe. They don't buy our cars. They don't buy our cars. So yeah. True Patch says, who cares? I will be paid $35 an hour. Think about this though. If we had a value of the money currency, right? Which I do believe that if the gold, that's why we got to look at Fort Knox. Because if the gold is there and the silver is there, it wouldn't make sense why we have this devaluation of the dollar. You see what I'm saying? Because there should be gold and silver in there. That's why Trump wanted to go into Fort Knox, right? True Patch says 100K is average. It is. I said that in the modern day devaluation of the dollar, 100K a year, shit, I make that. And I'm a single person. It don't amount to a lot. It really don't. Tony Gilbert says, I'm in Pittsburgh. Our steel has gone. It just got sold to Japan. Put 500 folk out of work up here. Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you this though, Tony. Japan wanted to buy our steel. Trump stopped it. He said you can invest in like U.S. Steel. I think that's the largest U.S. Steel. But he wouldn't allow the Japanese to buy the steel. But he said that you could invest in because Trump actually kept the American steel to be American steel. He mentioned this on one of his speeches that he did. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when we go back to the gold standard, it'll start making more sense. It'll start becoming more clear. Yeah, and then crypto as well too. Thanks, True Patch, for mentioning that. We're going to actually have a crypto reserve as well too. Trump and this administration, which is the government with the Republicans, they have bought up a lot of Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin, I believe it is, and I'm not sure about Ethereum and some of the other ones, but they have acquired a lot of Bitcoin as well too. So it ain't gonna just be gold, but it's gonna also be crypto. And these are going to be way more stable, as True Pat said earlier. Crypto is a decentralized, as opposed to have a centralized money system where somebody can control it and manipulate it. Crypto is very difficult, especially with blockchains and all that other stuff, which makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? Um, Let me see here. Did I miss something here? Uh, oh, Tony. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, True Pat says, oh, yeah, Tony, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but I know what you're saying, though, Tony. Yeah, but Trump's supposed to have stopped that. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of the steel industry. Look at all the jobs that are going. But I'm gonna tell you this: don't worry, man. Keep your head up, Tony. It's coming back, man. It's coming back. It's just got to take time because the way that Biden set this economy up for the 4 years that he's been in office, he's been the culprit. Now, I would say Biden, I mean, not, I, well, we know Biden administration. Biden himself, he wasn't there, but the people that was controlling Biden set this up. We do believe that Obama may have had a lot to do with it, to be really honest, and things like that. But well, Google ain't gonna tell you the truth though. Go up under you may want to check I use for my I don't look at Google for that because Google is biased. They're not gonna tell you the truth. You understand? Google is worked for the opposition. It's true. You know, Grok, Grok, that's the one by Elon, right? It's a counteraction to DeepSeek. I don't use DeepSeek. That's the Chinese one. I use alternative, right? Tony Gilbert says U.S. Steel is the it's the last steel plant in the U.S. There's one in Pittsburgh, right? Exactly. One in Cleveland. Know that too. But they don't make steel. They make coke for steel. But here's the thing about it. Um, Here's the thing about it, Tony. And what I'm saying though right now, I know things may sound a little gloom and dismal, but we are going into the golden age. You know what I'm saying? And trust me on this one. I know we don't know each other, but things are going to be better. It's going to take some time because the people that was running Biden's administration, they were against the American people. And we're starting to see more and more information as we start to unwind. There's people that are being arrested and so forth. It's coming out CEOs that are walking away from their CEO jobs and so forth. In fact, I'm going to talk about that one day on the next live about how these people are quitting. You know what I'm saying? Because they know the end is coming near how they sold the American people out. Tony Gilbert says it's very dismal around town, right? That's for sure. I hope we do something steel that's all the way. Yeah, Trump even mentioned it. He said steel, aluminum. He was mentioning about a lot of these things, the driving forces of our economy. You know what I'm saying? He was mentioning that. He mentioned a lot of other things as well too. But to be more independent, right? This is basically what it is for us to be a little bit more independent. Independent, So let me see here. Where were we here? Um, yep. So his job creation strategies, right? To rely on economic growth through deregulations, right? Energy projects, protective tariffs, right? which is going to boom the blue collar, as I mentioned earlier. So the blue collar worker is going to boom because he's going to be making a lot more money as opposed to this minimum wage crap, this stuff that they set up, right? So hold on for one moment. All right. So yeah, so um, basically the policies emphasizes on deregulations, right? With efforts, right? That Trump, right? He's gonna basically view and remove the burdensome regulations, right? So, such as the Clean Power Plan, right? Under the previous administration, Biden pushed for the clean, right, power plan. That's why he stopped the fracking drilling over there in Keystone Pipeline. Look how many thousands of workers lost their job. And then we started seeing a ripple effect of the economy. Stuff started going down. There was a ripple effect, right? I just kind of want to make reminded of that, right? And there's a lot of other things that went right along with it. Right now, we're going to be focusing on fossil fuel, domestic products, right? Trump energy policy centered around achieving energy independence, right? uh, through maximizing domestic production, right? That's what it is, particularly oil and natural gas. Those are going to be the driving forces for America to be energy independent and to reduce reliance on foreign sources, right? As I mentioned before, right? This is exactly what it is when we start to look at it, right? So the key initiatives is to establish a national, right, energy dominance council, as I mentioned earlier. He put that back in February 2025, right? So the people that are over that, let's see, what's the name on there? Doug um, Burgum, I believe, and Chris Wright. I believe those are the vice president and by the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, right? But at any event, we're talking about the national energy dominance strategies to cut the red tape, enhance private investment, and to advance innovation. Here's another thing I talked about it earlier: the semiconductors. Singapore have invested a lot of money into America because America should not have to rely on any of these foreign countries on chip shortages. So with the semiconductors, they're going to be manufactured here in America too, which also mean more jobs. The AI technology is already here. The Saudis 600 billion. We have Stargate, which is Soft Cell, and all the rest of them. Oracle, right? Um, and what's that? Open AI. These businesses, right, have already invested in America. We're talking about a lot of money here, right? We're talking about trillions of dollars that have been invested here in America, right? So that means that job opportunities for the blue collar and up is going to boom here, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm saying. We're going to have a very booming economy, no matter what the naysayers have to say, right? Because we're the same people. Some of you guys been voted for these naysayers. And look what the naysayers have done to our economy. They effed it up, but they want to just constantly talk about Trump and how he's so wrong, but they don't have anything to replace what he's talking about. Of course we're going to try something different. We done already been there under the old administration. Remember, they were the reasons as to why we are in this situation in the first place. Let's keep it real, right? Okay, so now that we talked about that, um yeah, so we are, like I said before, we are in a great position right now, right? So, um, let me see here. Imposing 25% tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico, and an additional 10% on China, right? Leveraging tariffs for national security and border security, right? So, with that to be said, ladies and gentlemen, that money is going to be funding and fueling America versus before. We didn't really charge a lot of tariffs at all on these other nations. As I mentioned earlier, we were the breadbasket to many of these nations, you know? So let me read what you got here. True Pat says, only got 4 years, right? Shannon Dombrowski says, I'm from Pittsburgh as well. That's what's up. I've been in Philly. I've never actually been to Pittsburgh. Heard a lot about it. You guys are known for your steel out there for sure, just like Cleveland, right? And these manufacturing jobs are going to return back to America as they should, because it was the Democrats that created all this mess and caused the outsourcing in the first place. True Pat says, so a car will cost 120K for a Ford Focus. I don't know if they're even making a Ford Focus anymore. They got rid of that. Ford don't even make those anymore. The only thing that Ford is making is like crossovers and up, I do believe. True Pat says it takes 100 people for the pipeline, not thousands, you know. But what I'm saying is simply this. You just have to follow me here too, Patch, man. If it's 100 or jobs or 1,000 jobs or whatever, man, the thing is that America is going to boom back. That's what I'm just basically saying, though. You know, um, that's what it's all about. And like I said before, I know you don't really believe it, and that's cool. Some people got to see it to believe it. That's all right. I'm not. I didn't. I don't have to argue at it all because I already know the truth. I know what didn't work. Biden's economy did not work for the American people. It helped enrich people's pockets, right? That were politicians on up. Let's go on and keep it 100, you Patch. So that's back at you in things, you know. Let's go on and keep it real. You didn't get enriched. They got enriched. They don't even see you as they equal. They see you just like many Americans, if you are an American, they see you as a little ant, you know, to be really honest. And that's from Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren and all the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? They already enriched themselves by stealing American taxpayers' money. Shannon Dabrowski says some random people just throw out random numbers. Um, is that a shot towards me, Shannon? That's okay though. I mean, I can take it though. I've been handcuffing all of you guys anyway. My math may be a little off, but I'm actually right on point though. I got enough that I could be able to. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, all right, no problem at all. I know my numbers are a little off. I'm not taking no slight or taking no ill will about it. You know what I'm saying? But I know it's a whole lot. Okay, I know it's a whole lot. I stand corrected. No, I know it's a whole lot of what I'm basically saying right now. People will have to see it in order to believe it. True Patch. I know there's skeptics and stuff like that. You got people that don't like Trump. They don't trust Trump, big, rich billionaire. I get it. Oh, this guy, you know, Hitler and all this other kind of nonsense. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? Because we have I mean, we're not going to say all, not we as all of us, but, you know, people have this stigma about billionaires and millionaires, right? It's a stigma for a long time, right? So we see them as greedy, arrogant, and out of touch with the people. And I'm not saying that you're not right. I'm be honest. The only person I met Don Jr. before. I don't know him, but you know, he's a cool guy. I met him, you know. It was all good, you know. But Shannon Dombrowski says, no, okay, got you. Shannon Dombrowski says, people in the chat in other places. Oh, I got you, no problem. True Patch says, you should use Elon's objectives. I don't need Elon. Like I said before, I don't have any problems with Elon personally. I never met him, but I think what he's doing for America, because again, he's doing this. A lot of these guys are taking pay cuts by volunteering and you know, and devoting their time to help America. They're, you know, these are patriots. I mean, look at Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino walked away from a million. His podcast show, he was earning well over $1 million. You know what I'm saying? So what he did, he gave that up just to be able to volunteer to help America. Same thing with Elon. Elon is not getting paid for running Doge. He's doing it as a now he makes his money on other areas like in the government primarily. That's where he gets. That's where the bulk of his money is coming from. You know what I'm saying? As well as other things. Um, True Pat says it's not a stigma. True Pat says parasites and things. Not saying, but we can't say all though. Just like it wouldn't be fair to say all. It's never all. There are some people that do not are not part of the parasitical elite class, obviously, right? Because if they were, then once again, why would they be doing all this? Remember, you don't try to shrink the government and being part of this a parasitical elite class. You want to grow it, True Patch. So touche, sir. True Patch says Elon is welfare. True Patch says Queen. No, it comes from billions in welfare. Well, once again, True Patch, we are with Doge because we have a transparency government, right? Transparency government for the first time ever. And with Doge so far, it has showed the American people, it has woken up the American people and have said to the American people as to where the money was being spent in so many cases. And they are discovering and they are going to get to the truth. That's why when Trump was giving that speech last week, they had a concern or panic on their face, especially Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, Adam Shifty Shift, and so forth, Cory Booker, because they know that their time is limited. When the American people find out where that money has been spent, because really this is why, like I said before, um, with the USAID and all the rest of this slush funds that they created, these shell companies, more and more information is starting to be revealed. Who's been stealing from America? Was it Elon or Trump, or was it these politicians that I talked about? Because how would you explain, right? Let's use Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, for instance. How does what I think she earned like they're almost $70 billion, right? I mean, I'm sorry, million dollars, right? When she came in as senators don't make that kind of money. And they're gonna have to find out. She's got to disclose when they do get her. She's got to account for where that money came from, and we know it came from the taxpayers because you don't make that money like that. You know, now that the slush funds have been shut down, there's really no incentive anymore to be a senator or be a politician. Not with the new system that's put into place. You know, we want real people to represent us as Americans. We don't need all these people, right? That are over here in America or just citizens signing up to be American, I mean, signing up to be politicians for them to get rich. That wasn't their position originally. They were to serve the American people, plain and simple. They were not allowed to align themselves with money for themselves. They all have created wealth for themselves. So if you're going to talk about the parasites, you may as well include them in on there as well because that's exactly what they did. So back at you again, True Patch. You know, that's exactly what they did. I can at least say that Elon Musk is a self-made billionaire, right? That came over here and became a citizen, right? One of the richest men in the world and one of the smartest men in the world as well, too. Obviously, he knows something that average people do not. You know, he's actually losing money on this Doge project. You think he's making money? He's actually had to take a pay cut because he's actually doing this without getting paid by the taxpayers. It's all about transparency, shrinking government, and making America great again. And True Patch, are you an American? I'm just curious. Are you an American citizen? If you're still in the room, you know, because I really don't even like having these conversations unless if you are an American. You know, that's only fair because there's a lot of things in America that people from another country really don't know about. You know, I can't speak on France, Germany, on everything. I'm not a citizen over there. I can only talk about what I know here in America, right? Shannon Dabrowski says Trump doesn't take a paycheck as a president. He does not. You're right, Shannon. He does not. Trump never did on the first term, too. Trump never did take a paycheck at all. These guys don't need a paycheck. It would cost them too much in taxes. They don't. They're doing this as a volunteer and to serve their country. They are servants serving the country the way it's supposed to be. And these politicians, if they weren't so corrupt, like your Nancy Pelosi's and your Chuck Schumer and your Adam Shifty Schiff and all the rest of them, they were really there to serve the people. The people, even on the Democratic side, they voted for these people to serve them, not to get rich, not to get slick and get rich and try to, and that's exactly what they end up doing. Their policies don't work. You know why? Because they don't have policies. They have a bunch of agendas and progressiveness and all this other stuff. They are out of touch with the people, right? Talking about a lot of these progressive Democrats. Because even with a lot of liberals, they didn't ride with it. They rolled with Trump. They didn't ride with that nonsense because they were out of touch with the people. They still don't know how to fix the economy. They were the ones responsible for trying to destroy it. Open borders, they still double down on open borders. You cannot gain nothing with open borders. How can you have these people that never been vetted, criminals are included, right? That don't understand how our government system work. We need people here to buy into the system, to build into the system, not to be a leech and not to cause crimes in there. We got enough problems as it is, and that stuff that they did is straight up just outright criminal. Joe Mama says liberals barfing. Yeah, it's sad. And this is why people don't want to have nothing to do with the liberal side anymore. They lost touch with the people. To me, they always have lost touch with the people. It ain't like they just lost touch with the people, but some of these people now are finding out that they have lost touch with the people. But they've been lost touch with the people. These were the same group of people that was responsible for slavery. Liberals was responsible for slavery. They were all for slavery. They were all for Jim Crow. They were all for segregation. They were all for redlining. These are known facts. They were against blacks for even being part of being a citizen. They didn't want blacks to be free. They were trying to fight against it. In fact, the whole damn Civil War, part of it was because of that reason. It didn't have anything to do with for everybody. That's BS. You know, they have changed their practices, I will say, but for certain things, but their policies still remain the same. It still remain the same. You know, exclusion only for them and not for everyone else. You know, that's exactly what it is. But yeah, man, what we had a really, really good, successful live today, and things. Everybody came in. You ain't got to agree. That's cool, but we can have conversation and dialogue though. You know, and that's what I was trying to do yesterday, but it didn't work out as well. But I said, you know, I want to do something a little bit different, and things. So I want to start talking more about Trump's policies and the ones that are working. And right now, we are on the precipice for something great in this country, which we as Americans deserve. You know, we deserve respect from the other nations. And I think we are going to get the respect from the other nations again as we get back on our feet, you know, and things. So we're in the process of that happening. Whether you agree or disagree, that's fine. But all I gotta say is I can show you better than I can tell you. If you keep watching him and keep watching Trump, you know, Shannon Dombrowski says, "Amen to that." Exactly right. Yeah, amen as well though too, because we need prayer, man. I love the fact that he brought prayer back into the schools and stuff. I mean, his policies is just common sense. You know, it really is. Joe Mama says the Canadian Liberal government is using Donald Trump and the tariffs to try to stay in power in Canada. You are absolutely correct, Joe Mama. They are. You are absolutely correct. And he know. See, we know with Justin Trudeau, it's going to hurt Canada a lot with that 25%. Or actually, it'd be reciprocal. I take it back. Um, if Canada is charging 250% tariffs, right? Because I think what he's going to do, he's going to charge Canada 25% tariffs. 25% tariffs, right? It's going to really hurt Canada a lot. Joe Mama says, Tony, this is John. I got you. I know. Yep, John. I remember. I always call you Joe, but that's cool. John, I don't know who Joe Mama is, but it ain't me. Uh, you coming up as Joe Mama though. You may have to go up under your account and look at it. Look under your Google account and see what you're because right now you're coming up as Joe Mama, but you were always coming up as John before. You know, you the same person though, Joe. I just thought that you may want to go on deep cover, man, like some covert thing. I said, we may as well call him Joe Mama then. But yeah, you coming up as Joe Mama, Joe. They have a space between Joe Mama. Nope, it's all one word. It says Joe Mama, no space between. It says all one word, Joe Mama, no space in between. You know, but you may have to go up under your Google main account and see what shows up there. But it's showing up. It's not showing up as John. Only one I see is the one that says Joe Mama. I don't see any other ones. Okay, wait a moment. I see right here. All right. Yeah, okay, Joe. I see it right now. Hey, Joe, so which one are you, man? Because I see a couple of them here. Do you have a space between your name or is it all one word? Let's start with that and then I can start going from there. Do you have a space or no? Okay, look at the other one. I just got here, right? There are two comments, right? No space, just one word. Got you. Okay, no problem. I'll take care of the other one. Oh, you did? Okay, you already took care of them? Okay. All right. I think you okay, hold on for a minute. Let me do this here. All right. Remove as manager and moderator. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, I did that. Thank you so much. Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you about that, Joe. Okay. No, I didn't do anything. Okay, I think that was the other Joe that did that. But I got you back though. It's all good. When you're a moderator, he tried to time you out though too. Um, yeah, but yeah, you're still speaking though. Say something, Joe. Let me see. Let me see if you're because it like he tried to time you out. But yeah, I took care of it though. Yeah, I appreciate it. No, man, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm mistaken Joe as him being you. Damn. That's why I quit using my name and went to Joe Mama. But this guy got a Joe Mama account too, man. It's got to be a popular thing, though. I've seen it come around before, though. I got you. Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that for me. Okay. All right. Even though he didn't do anything wrong, but y'all just happen to have the same name. It's just Joe Mama got a space by his name, and he got an icon on his, and yours is just one word. You know, uh, someone has been trying to get into my personal stuff. Uh-oh. Oh, for real? Yeah, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I set up two-party authentication on my accounts, so I get a notification because without that code, because it goes back, it's text back to my account to me. So yeah, um, yeah, I get the alarm sometimes, but without having that code, because the code goes back to me, it won't do them no good if they can't get the code. Joe Mama says that's why I quit using my name. I got you. Yep, I totally understand though, Joe Mama. Then we got two Joe Mamas in here. Yep. So other Joe Mama, what's your other Joe Mama, yeah, what's your viewpoint on this, the other Joe Mama? Wasn't this guy? Wasn't this guy? No, I just that when you came in, because I was kind of wondering, I said, Did I? Because Joe Mama always been my moderator. But when you popped up over here, the other Joe Mama, yeah, because it would look like you was an infidel. I mean, not an infidel, but a interloper in here, man. So we got it straightened out now. And I said, did I mistakenly unmod Joe Mama? Because he always been my moderator, though. Yeah. So what's your story, the other Joe Mama? We got two, man. Yeah, what I gotta do? Joe Mama, Joe one, Joe two. So Joe two, what's your story, man? Yeah, it's all good though, man. Yeah, it's all good. You wanna hope it ain't you, cause you may feel the wrath of 4chan. Yeah. Yeah, but other than that though, man, yeah, it's been a pretty good live all I welcome you too, Joe Mama. You didn't do nothing wrong. I just mistakenly thought that you were my mod, Joe Mama. I had both of y'all down there as mods, man. Joe Mama 1 and 2, man. Dang. I ain't never had that one happen before with the same name practically. Oh man. Ooh man. Yeah, but no, I'm not I'm not feeling bad about it or nothing. Yeah, I know, right? My ex- that icon is what I was saying too. I know Joe Mama said, damn, he just made me a moderator. He's just throwing out mods like that. No, it's all good though, man. It's all good. It was just kind of funny and interesting though. Funny and interesting. Yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I appreciate the hospitality. LOL. Yeah, it's all good. I welcome a lot of people in the room, stuff like that. I always try to be civil and that's where my mother raised me, be hospitable. When you're in other people's rooms and stuff, which I do, I just, you know, treat people right how you want to be treated. That's what the good book says anyway. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna go out and disrespect nobody just for nothing. Don't make any sense. But yeah, we had a really good live today, man. People gave their viewpoints in whether tariffs work or not and things like that. Um, yeah, one would have to see though, and things though. So um, are they still shadow banning people on YouTube? Have you guys heard that? Because I talked to Rios. He was saying that because he's been on Big O. Big O is another app. Joe Mama says, Tony, what happened to you last night? Waiting for till midnight. I was on though, Joe Mama. I was back on. Man, they must have been shadow banning me. I kid you not, Joe Mama. I mean, John, I was actually on last night. I came back on and yeah, I was on last night. I was on there till around midnight. Yeah, I was on there, man. If you go back and look at my channel, John says, "Oh yeah, I'm shadow banned on a certain page." Yeah, they might be shadow banning me, man. I was kind of figuring that though, man, because some people are not getting the notification and things. They shadow ban reels too. He was saying that he was telling me earlier today. So I could be shadow banned as well. And what I'm saying is I'm not saying nothing wrong, but when you're speaking the truth, so this is why I don't really trust Mark Zuckerberg a lot. I really don't trust that guy, man, at all, because he's still as a deep state operative, in my opinion. Joe Mama said, or John says, there's some crazy things happening here on the last couple of weeks. Yeah, I know. Slowing down on the internet communications that unfortunately they still control. And yeah, I don't that's one of the reasons why Reels went over to Big O. Big O is the new one right now. I'm on Big O. I'm on Big O, but I haven't actually did any lives yet on Big O. BIG what's it? Big Go. Um BIGO. Yeah, Big O. So that's the one there. And you actually could say they have freedom of speech on there. You can say anything you want to say. You don't have to worry about being censored and shadow banned like you do over here on YouTube. I never trust Mark Zuckerberg. I I I still don't trust Mark Zuckerberg at all though. So if we're still being shadow banned, then it makes sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why you didn't get the notification. Because I was looking for you last night, Joe. I was like saying, John, where I said, where you at? Yeah, should we switch over there? Yeah, yeah, I would say because if you go on Big O, you will see me as some random guy on Big O if you switch over there. And what I may have to do is I may have to start going live over there too. You know, you can still do we can still on there on Big O, you know, people can go on there and they can actually be part of the actual chat. They can chat live. So not only that people can type, but people could go on there where I can actually hear their voice and they can hear mine. Okay, spell it. Let me go ahead and do this here for you. Let me put here Big O BIGO live. Okay. So if what you want to do is type in B as in Bravo, India, Golf, Oscar, and then live, Lima, India, Victor, Echo. So it's called Big O Live, and you can download that for free. You have total free speech, and I recommend you guys to also download Big O. Check that out. It's got a lot of animation stuff going on and other things, but one thing for sure, you know, you don't have to worry about being shadow banned and everything. And I figured they were doing that to me. And I appreciate some of you guys that have subscribed to me as well too. Yep, I appreciate that. I meant to mention that yesterday. Yeah, because I was trying to get people, John, man. I was trying to get people to be a part, John and Joe. I was trying to get people to be part of the conversation we had last night in regards to the Democratic Party. Okay, I'll check it out later. Okay, cool. And that conversation didn't happen. So I started talking about all the wonderful things of Detroit. Then I got some more people that recognize where I were from Detroit, and then they started commenting on it. So I just changed the name and the title, and I just called it Detroit and so forth. So, so I started talking about that and got off the previous topic, but it's all good. It worked out and things. But I was on there though, John. I was on there last night. But and have you seen or heard from Sherry? I still haven't seen Sherry though, man. Sherry, lady. I know, but I haven't heard from her. Because maybe she might have gotten ill, you know, because this flu thing been going around, man. I'm finally getting over it, man. And things, you know, coughing a lot less. I do have my stuff though that you guys turned me on to, and I appreciate you guys coming into the room. Okay, I didn't think you heard from her either. Yeah, but yeah, we talked a lot about Trump's you know, energy policies and stuff like that. We went over that, hammered that out a few times and things. So for those that are just coming in right now, yeah, we talked about the Trump's energy policies or Omega. Yeah, Omega was having some issues regard financial. You know, you know what I'm saying? Everybody been catching it, man. You know, I'm trying to play catch up. Everybody's been catching it, man, you know, for sure, you know. So yeah, and this is another reason why I'm actually bringing this stuff up to kind of give hope to the American people that things are going to be turning around. You know what I'm saying? Because we have a very unfair tariff trade system that's really hurting a lot of Americans as well, and things. So this is the reason why this stuff have to go down. Trump have to do this, you know. He has to do this to be able to get this stuff back together, though, you know. Um, Let me see here. The U.S. tariff rates: ethanol, 2.5%; agriculture manufacturing, 5%; Indian motorcycles, 2.4%. Right? EU cars, 2.5%. Right? Foreign tariff rates: Brazil ethanol to U.S. Right, 18%; India agriculture, manufacturing, 39%; EU cars to the US, 10%, right? The trade imbalance of 2004, right? US imported over 200 million in ethanol from Brazil, exported 52 million in shellfish, um, and things. So I'm just kind of reading off of some of the things here right now under Trump's, policies, the tariffs and so forth, right? Now, speaking of that, I got a big lumber order, two small cabins at a nearby campground. Man, that's what's up, man. John, we gonna boom, man. You already in the agriculture anyway, farming. It's coming back, man, and that's what I'm trying to keep. I'm trying to get people like Trump Patch, or trying to get people to not be so pessimistic. Have faith in the current administration and things, because, like I said before, he definitely has a plan. Because can you imagine if we would have been under not Michelle, but under Kamala Harris, this opportunity, economic economy, whatever she called it would be quite scary, man. We wouldn't be in the situation we in now. We are well respected as Americans again. We're not being buffaloed over by China or Russia or any of these places, you know. Um, but yeah, man, congratulations to you, John. Congratulations to you, man. There are good jobs, but they aren't desk jobs. Right, exactly. It's gonna be a lot of manufacturing, and when people start to see it, and that's great that you got that big lumber order, man. And we're gonna start seeing that more now, man, because things are about to boom again, man. It's about to boom. We are about to actually, we're heading towards the golden age, man, and things. So, um, yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing. And things. So, yeah, that 25% tariff is gonna hurt Canada, even though Canada is charging us a lot more. Joe Mama says, I did a plumbing job this morning because their regular plumber doesn't work on the weekends. That's good that you know how to do some plumbing, man. That's really great. It's a skill set that's much needed, and I'm concerned about the future, though, Joe, as well, because a lot of them just want to be content creators. They don't want to do the engineering. They don't want to do these skilled jobs anymore, HVAC and stuff. So that is a concern too. I may do another video. I may do a live about that on my next live. Yeah, I hate plumbing. Yeah, that's the thing about it though. You gotta like it or love it. You know. Joey the Roach. That's an interesting name, Joey the Roach. Okay, actually, I think both of us are going to get screwed at the end of this deal. Um, Really, Joey the Roach, please elaborate, man. Joe, yeah. So John says I hate plumbing. Yeah, go ahead and elaborate, Joey, man, the Roach. I'm always interested in hearing other people's viewpoints. Yeah, yeah. You can tell us as to why you think that we're gonna get screwed on both ends of the deal, um, and things. Yeah, you got the floor, man. Go right ahead. I'll let you compile your thoughts and stuff like that. Yeah. So anybody else that's coming in and stuff, welcome. Yeah, we've been at this for well over an hour, talking about Trump's energy policies, tariffs, people's concerns, people saying it's not going to work, and everything. But let's be honest. Have the current system have been working? Because If they've been squeezing the American people for the taxes and all they do is go out and spend it on their own escapades, I mean, shit, we got to come up with another way, right? That's what I'm just saying. It got to be some type of silver lining, right? Can't be all doom and gloom, right? I mean, it can't be all doom and gloom. Got to be some silver lining, right? So yeah, just talking about it. I mean, what you guys think? Yeah, just talking about it and stuff. So I let Joey the Roach. I'm gonna speak until Joey the Roach bring up something, I guess. Um, but like I said, it's perfectly normal to be skeptic because we already know with the old system. I mean, it's a thing to be of concern because under the old system, it never really worked for us very well. Prices are still going up. Um, what we have here. Oh, hold on for a minute. What we have here. Oh, IDGAF. Are we doing a stakeout? Yeah, I'm over here waiting for some undesirables to come out of there, and then I'm gonna go ahead and nab them. You know, yep, cuff them and stuff them. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just in my ride right now, man. Taking a break. I'm actually a Uber driver too. Some random guy. I just drive a random car, doing Uber randomly. Everything I do is random. By the way, you know, I talk to random people. You know, I cook randomly. Yeah, and things like that. I may have a girlfriend randomly. Can you imagine? That'd be my whole skit. I may have to run with that. That'd be my whole stand-up skit, man. Some random guy. Who's this random guy, over here talking about Trump's policies? It's just a random guy here. Who's this guy, you know? Uh, that's funny. There are a lot of young kids in the trades. My nephew did carpentry and vocational school and makes 80,000 right out of high school. That is congratulations, man. That's great. IDGAF says LOL. Yeah. hmm Joe Mama says IDGF laughing, thumbs up. I know, right? Yeah, it's all good. IDGAF, are you female? Because I can look at the photo there. Yep. My eyes are not the greatest. I used to have 20/20 vision at one time. Yep. It looked like the photo though. I could be wrong. Yep. Are you female? Are you animal, vegetable, or mineral? I'm just kidding. I'm just joking with you. Yeah, I'm just joking with you. Well, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. And I am interested to see what you have to take on this conversation of topic. Uh, do you think that Trump is going to do it? Do you think that his tariffs are going to work? Do you think that America could become? Oh yeah, Charles Manson. See, my eyes are bad. LOL. See, I told you. Did I say that up front? I said, watch it be a man. Watch it be a man. It's always a man. No effects to the men, by the way. Shout out to the men. Every now and then I get women in here. But yeah, it's all good, Charles Manson. You ain't gonna. Is that your hero? I ain't judging if it is. Is that your hero? Joey the Roach says, I don't think he liked the question or the explanation. IDGAF says it's black and white photo. Now that I do see. It is a black and white photo though. Now my eyes are not that bad. But I said, yeah, watch it be a man, man. Man, I thought it was a female. That's funny. That is funny. That is funny. Yeah. So yeah, but no, Joey the Roach, I asked you earlier. I said, you're more welcome to elaborate your viewpoint. It sounds to me that you don't think this whole thing gonna work with Trump. You know what I'm saying? Trump at all. IDGAF. I like that he was into yeah, psychotics, yeah, psychedelics. Yeah, he was into psychedelics, though. That's true. Yeah, a lot of them were back in what was that, the 60s? Yeah, 60s. Sharon Tate, all that stuff going on. Roman Polanski. Roman Polanski. Oh man. Yeah, yeah, man. Joey DeRoche says, well, if it works for Adolf Hitler, uh-oh, I guess it could work for Trump. But let me ask you this though, Joey. I hear this a lot, man. And I'm not trying to. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions, man. Why do you think that Trump is have a lot of similarity to Adolf Hitler, man? You're more welcome to speak, man. I'm not going to beat you up, but I'm just curious, Joey DeRoche. Why do you think that? Why do you equate Trump to Adolf Hitler? How about that? Let's go and ask you that question. You know, I have heard that quite often. I heard it from the media. Most actually, it was the media. One of them coined the phrase. Was it the View or one of them that called Trump Hitler? And then it came like a buzzword because I never heard nobody ever equate Trump to Hitler. And if that was the case, then wait a moment. I think it might have been Whoopi. I'm not for sure one of them, but Whoopi was friends with Hitler. If Trump was Hitler, then why was she was best friends with Trump if Trump was Hitler? In fact, Oprah Winfrey, Al Sharpton. We go down the list, right? And those are just the blacks love Trump back then. A lot of the rappers. Let me see here. Who else? Oh yeah, 1984. He helped Jesse in the when Jesse Jackson was running for president. Who helped him with his campaign fund and everything? It was Trump. Yep, sure was. You know what else? Yeah, they had a lot of people. So you mean to tell me, oh, he had the Apprentice show? Everybody in Hollywood adored him. They loved him. They wanted to be next to him. Oh, by the way, Trump actually helped out Mike Tyson when none of the other celebrities would step up. He got accused for raping a woman, did 6 years in Indiana State Prison. Wow. Mm. But I'm interested to see what Joey DeRoche has to say about all that. Let me see. Joey DeRoche says, well, for one thing, he's trying to expand the territory by taking Canada's land, unliterally. Every war has been started by tariffs. If you don't know your history, you are bound to repeat it. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you about some things on that, and especially when you said when you don't know your history, when you're doing to repeat it. Just like we didn't know our history when tariffs was always fueled in America going back to 1870. And what you just said, to your point, if the Americans would have learned and not this thing that we call the Federal Reserve back in 1913, when it was officially established, that was a form of insertion right there. It was an insurgency, is what I'm trying to say, and it went against the American people, right? With this thing that we call the Federal Reserve Bank. So this is to your point. Had the American people would not have been rocked to sleep and remembered by how the system used to work for its people, because you got to keep in mind, we have always had tariffs, and Americans never paid taxes until 1913, right? Joe Mama says, what tariff started World War I and World War II, Vietnam, or Desert Storm? That's another thing I don't agree with as well. Tariffs, to my knowledge, have never started no war, sir. It never started no war. We can even go into the Korean War too, right? We can go what's the other war? Yeah, we can go into these wars and all the rest of the storms and Desert Shield and all the rest of them. It wasn't over tariffs. It wasn't over tariffs. It was over big money elites, globalism. We talking about the global terrorist group. This is the people that, because they get, it's all for funding. They the ones control the military-industrial complex. See, we as Americans in history haven't really studied history very well. Just like I said, William McKinney. You should know who William McKinney is. You should know who Andrew Jackson and what he did. He had to deal with the deep state in his time and won. He was an attempt to assassinate like Trump. He survived. McKinley died. He was in his time, he was dealing with a deep state takeover then. America have always had some type of interloper that tried to come in to control our banking system. We are on the third rail with this thing, the third turnaround with this thing, right? There was 2 other attempts prior to, you know? So we are on the third time dealing with this stuff. But like I said, I asked the question. I told him to speak freely. I'm not beating him up. I'm just want him to, because like I said, I mean, you can say what you want to say, but you got to expect to get challenged a little bit. Just like I get challenged on stuff too. But you got to be able to know some things to be able to stand on what it is. The thing that I said I agree with you on is that when you don't know the past, you're doomed to repeat it. And then most Americans don't know the past. That's why we're repeating this stuff right now. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead and keep it real now. You know what I mean? But yeah, I appreciate you. Sharon, I appreciate you too. Sharon, I like your style. You're very knowledgeable. In fact, Sharon deserves a wrench. I'm gonna make Sharon my moderator. There you go, Sharon. Sharon Dombrowski, congratulations to you. You are now official moderator and things, So yep, there you go. Yep. You know some things and stuff like that, and that's cool, you know. Yep, she became a moderator. James Garcia says MAGA. Yeah, James Garcia says, just kidding. F that fool. Yeah, clap it to Sharon. Yep. Congratulations to you, Sharon. Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, James Garcia. So James, let me ask you a question though, sir. Why you don't like Trump? You can be honest, because I don't know if, as far as personality, I don't know Trump personally, but I've been seeing Trump and known Trump since WWF, right? And what's it, The Apprentice? He's from New York, like myself, Queens. I'm from Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Originally, Joe Mama said, "Oh yeah, John said I can call you Joe Mama." And if you think Trump is going to steal Canada, there are millions of Gordys, right, and Leroy's waiting to tell him differently. Yeah, because that's the thing about it, John. I knew he was going to run with the Canadian thing. I know it was something else he said, and I wanted to address that as well. Trump made mention by calling Justin Trudeau the 51st nation or a state. I'm sorry, the state, right? Because Trump already know. Welcome Shannon aboard. Okay, that's what Joe said. John said, yeah, because Trump already know that Canada have always, even though they're not a part of the United States, but we've been carrying Canada as if they were a part of the United States. This is what Trump was saying. Canada is more like a welfare state because the taxpayers in America, right, have been paying Canada, right, as well as with this exuberant high tariffs that they charge us with. We've been carrying Canada, We really have all this time. We allowed manufacturing American companies like Chrysler, Stellantis, to go over there to Canada to make an automobile in Canada for them to charge us. It makes no sense. What was wrong with Detroit? But we know why that's set up. We know why that was, though. Yeah, yeah, go calm down. Yeah, Joe Mama says, that's the problem. People don't understand sarcasm and ass busted anymore. No, they don't. He still referred to Justin Trudeau as the governor, right? Shannon Dombrowski says, I saw online that Alberta, Canada is considered joining the United States. Yeah, but you know what though? If Canada starts to break off, because I know Quebec, they wanted to break off. I know Quebec don't want to be part of the United States. And I'm like with John though, I'm very, very skeptical about Canada in general because they have a lot of liberals over there, right? And with their liberals, because their liberals are destroying the country over there in Canada with all that woke stuff. And we don't need our liberals here, we got them in check right now, right? And we don't need to I guess I'm trying to say we don't need to tilt the scale of power right now. We have it in our advantage. And I believe in Canada they have a little bit more liberals, even though Canada population is nowhere near the United States. But yeah, John says, hey, if the people voted for all the power to them, it's gonna be a big mess. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know though. Canada got some problems over there though too. They parliament because they've been up under this crown for so long. A lot of them, I mean, look at the PST, GST, and what's that? PST, GST, and HST, PST, GST. Yeah, they got all these type of taxes over there. What is it? UK had the VAT, the VAT, right? Yeah, the VAT over in the UK, right? And things like that. Shannon says, right, but Alberta is more conservative. Okay, you can educate me on that because, yeah, and okay, well, and that's the case. Then, yeah, maybe a province, but I wonder how would that. I guess it would actually kind of I would consider working. I mean, Greenland. I mean, John says the middle of Canada is more conservative, like here. Cool. You guys can educate me there, man, because I didn't know. I mean, because I'm over here by Ontario, and Ontario and Quebec, I definitely know that those are more liberal. We have more problems with Ontario over here, to really be honest, though, man. You know what I'm saying? I stayed in Canada, and they have more of a liberal mindset. Until you go out into the countryside, then it gets conservative, like it does over here in America. But I take your word for it. Makes sense. And things like that. But yeah, they're suffering over there in Canada. I feel bad for the Canadians, man. I got friends right now in Canada. I talked to them yesterday. I told him, man, I feel bad, man. I said, have you considered maybe considering trying to come to America? But they have the concerns and the stigma and the concerns about most Canadians, right? They really don't like America because of the crime. They don't, you know what I'm saying? And all this other kind of stuff, which I don't really blame them. But it ain't like that everywhere, though. You know what I'm saying? But Canadians, especially the ones in Ontario, they don't like, they don't want to be American citizens, though. They much rather be part of Canada, which is fine. But if Alberta, if they want to join on, then that's cool. You know, only the conservative minded ones, of course. We don't need a lot of more liberals over here. That's for damn sure, though. Yeah, but yeah, man. Yeah, you guys are educating me though on that, which kind of makes sense because over here in America, across the country in these country things is conservative. It makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, yeah. Max says mid Canada is woodsy. Yeah, it is. The sticks is what we call it around here. But you're right. I had an ex girlfriend over there that was out in the sticks and stuff. Though she was from Woodsley, yeah. So Woodsley, Ontario. Probably about 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes away from Windsor and things. So yeah, because Okay, so Sharon Dombrowski says, I'm in the minority around my town. I'm sure you are. Same here with me. Even right now, which I've been looking at, this is a very liberal city over here, very blue. This is deep blue over here in things, though, you know. So we have a lot of policies over here that they don't believe in. They don't really observe the Constitution, let alone they don't like the Second Amendment right. This is an attack on those type of policies. In fact, I guess we could kind of talk about that too a little bit before I go. Um, yeah, I guess we could talk about that as well. Yeah, I got time. So, for what the Democrat Party really stands on is the what is it? They call it the economic quality of opportunity, right? So, the Democrats they advocate for like mixed economy with strong social safety nets, right? They support progressive taxation, right? Whether it's individuals paying high rates to fund or reduce the economy, right? And things like that. They believe in social programs as well, like the Medicaid and Medicare, universal care. Republicans do too. This is the misconception. But the problem is with on the Dem side of it, I mean, they say they're for these type of things, but they aren't they the ones that have been stealing it? Because let's keep in mind, I mean, when Doge was created, we saw that they've been in the Medicare fund, Medicaid fund. They've been taking money in all these particular areas, though, right? So the child tax credit thing, though, you know, according to the Democrats, child tax credit or the earned income tax credit is supposed to help reduce poverty. But how can you help reduce poverty when you've been in there stealing it from the taxpayers in the first place? It makes no sense. They've been caught in their hand in the cookie jar over and over and over. Um, Sharon Dombrowski says yes, and if you don't try to keep up on what's going on the liberals will eat you alive. It's true. That's why when they do come in here, I'm always ready for them because even though by them voting liberal and they stand for all this type of stuff like labor and worker rights, guess what? Republicans stand for labor and worker rights as well too. But if that was the case with the unions and stuff like that, because we already know the unions have always the union leaders and the corporations and all that. I mean, they're in bed with each other though. The union ain't nothing today how it used to be though. That's fact. You know what I'm saying? They've been voting. Look at it. They a lot of their union members been voting Democrat for the longest of the time. It never benefited them, right? Joe Mama says, "Did you see the story about TSA agent that just broke?" No, man, I didn't see that one. I'm still missing stuff though, John. To be honest, you got to talk about that one, or maybe I can look it up. Yeah, that just broke. So the news just broke. It might have came up on my either True Social or X. Since I'm live, nothing shows up because I'm live right now. That's probably why I didn't get the memo. So you saying that story just broke? Okay, I know I can put. I know I'm gonna find it though. I'm curious to find out what they're talking about. But education too. The Democrats have always pushed for accessible education, including increased funding. Right? Let's say like from the public schools, large Pell Grant, student loans. Which, in fact, Trump said that he's going to leave that up to the Small Business Administration. They're going to be handling it because he's going to get rid of what's it Department of Education. He's going to go ahead and dismantle that because that's all that is nothing but crooks is real too, man. That's a whole scam thing behind that and things though too. So I'm glad that he's doing something about that as well too, as far as on the education. And then they also love to champion about civil rights and equality, right? We already know the history of civil rights and equality really came from the Republicans originally, right? But with them when they talk about the party champion for civil rights and minorities or women, and things like that. Because really, when we're in the time, you already know with affirmative action, civil rights and stuff, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, right? 65 was the Welfare Act. I believe 68 was the Unfair Housing Act and all this other stuff. These are Democratic policies, right? They were a little bit more tangible back then as opposed today. Um, it's just all a scam today, though. They took a small minority group with the LGBTQ community, right? People with disabilities. Policies include support for abortion rights, um, Equality Act, affirmative action, promoting equal opportunity. But if that was true, once again, they got this thing called the Dream Act for dreamers, sanctuary cities and stuff, right? Gun reform, right? They're all for this type of stuff. But in fact, it never worked. It never worked. Let me see what Joe Mama had to say. There are more paid union stewards um, than actual TSA screeners. I believe that, though, John. They just lost the right to collective bargaining. I definitely believe in that. Nathan says, what is the plan to replace the funding that Doge provides to many poor and red line states? Well, it's not that they have gone away. Right now, Trump and his administration, with the help of Doge, is that they're trimming down government. They're they're cleaning up wasteful and abuse and so forth, right? And fraud. And this is why we have this problem in the first place, Nathan. You have to agree to that. So it's going to be a little bit of a pain period, but let's just clarify this thing. Trump never said that he's going to be cutting welfare, right? Medicare or Medicaid. That's coming from the left as a scare tactic to get the people worked up. Because right now, we know the public opinion is against the Democrats right now, as well as the voters. They have lost a lot of their constituents because they went to the other side. Because Doge have exposed a lot of things about this party, and this is why we are. This is why, in other words, where you're kind of seeing a lot of the decline on the left, and it's and being replaced on the right. But I would say not necessarily being replaced, but just going for something better. So with these other things that we don't need, I mean, think about this though, Nathan. We were funding foreign policies and regime change. We didn't put our representatives in power. They were only supposed to represent us. Remember, we the people. It's not like our government fears the people, not the other way around. And this is why we're in this situation right now. We didn't set them up to be millionaires. We set them up as to be stewards to the people. This is what it's all about. So we are going back to the Constitution and going back to that fact. They weren't not to be set up to be fat cats and be a senator while they do nothing instead of bleed the American taxpayer. This is why they're out in the streets doing all these silly chants. I mean, y'all saw that one recently that they got this Street Fighter thing going on. This is all theatrics. This is a clown show, man. It's one of the worst type of rebuttals. I mean, they really don't have anything. This is crazy, man. This is just ridiculous. Joe Mama says, Nathan, what good things we went from number one to number seven, number four, and two currently. Nathan says they are shutting down departments. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wasteful departments. You got to put that wasteful, Nathan. Wasteful departments are being shut down. Nathan says he direct committees to trim the budget and need to place the trim on the budgets with SNAP. Nope. No, 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 no. He's not taking away SNAP and he's not taking away Medicaid. He's trimming down useful abuse spending in other parts of the government, which is saving Americans a lot of money. Joe Mama says Why in the hell should I pay for someone else's food, Nathan? And that is true too. We shouldn't be paying for. There's always been stipulations, Nathan. It burns me up, just like Joe Mama said. When I go shopping, I'm always spending money, right? This is not their money. This is taxpayers' money, right? That are given to the less fortunate. But it should be for a temporary thing, not a permanent thing, right? Because if you're not teaching people how to be self sufficient, the old saying goes, teach a man how to fish, he eat for a lifetime. You can give a man a fish, he only eat for one day. It makes no sense. Nathan says this man is setting himself up to be king. And if you can't see it, it's because you choose not to. Nathan, okay, why should I be paying a damn politician that don't give a shit about me? So you got a little bit of frustration on both sides. Trump only been in the office for over 45 days. Let's keep it real. And you have to admit that he has been saving American taxpayers a lot of money if you were to look. Don't let your hatred blind you from the truth, Nathan. Allow your hatred, put your hatred to the side and look at it logically, right? If he was trying to set himself up to be king, then why would he want to shrink the government? It makes no sense. Normally, with a king, he has a kingdom. He will be spreading out. He'll be trying to conquer nations and other places. This is how kingdoms work, you know? And also with kings, they believe in taxes. Trump is on the way of getting rid of taxes, Nathan. So it's I mean you have this what is it? You kind of repeating some of the old trope narratives coming from legacy media. Sorry, man, but mm-mm. This is not the thoughts of your own. This is what you done heard on the news. John says not only that 7 1/8 of what they buy is straight up ultra processed pre-cooked foods and unhealthy crap. Nathan says the whole damn system is broken, and that man doesn't give two shits, got plural, shits, shits about. I mean, can I do it in my mean voice? Let me do it in my mean voice. Nathan says the whole damn system is broken. And that man doesn't give a two damn shits about anyone who isn't a damn billionaire. Uh, John says more calmly voice, bro, is heavy into the Kool-Aid. Yeah, it's propaganda, man. Hey, John, it goes back to what you were saying that they've been allowed to get away with. Sharon Dabrowski said, shits. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that's plural. You're right. I said shit, but shits. Yeah, exactly. Shits. Yeah, Nathan, man, I understand your anger and frustration. Can I ask you? Let me ask you a question, though. Let me ask you a question here, Nathan. Uh, do you just watch your news from Legacy News only, or do you ever go to any other type of news sources? I'm just curious. John says, "Do your Chucky Schumer voice." Nathan says, "Don't you find it weird at all that we see the whole world as so damn differently?" Yeah, he's saying that's weird. And Nathan says, "Never ever heard of Legacy News. What is that?" Nathan, Legacy News is what we refer to as the what we call what's another name for Legacy News? Um, we talk about your channel 2, channel 4, channel 7, right? We talk about this CNN, right? We talk about these things, right? CNN, MSNBC, ABC, right? CBS. Nathan says, if all you are going to do is disrespect me, I don't have time for you. No, I'm not disrespecting you, Nathan. I meant to put a disclaimer out. when I do my mean voice, man, I'm not making fun of you per se. I'm just saying, no, it makes it more theatrical. Theatrical. I'm sorry, man. I won't do my mean voice no more. I don't want to make it sound like I'm picking on you. But like I said, you do have you you don't believe in none of it. You have a frustration against all of it, the whole damn system. Nathan says, "Say what?" Okay, he said, "Say what you want." No, I'm not. I'm not trying to pick on you, Nathan. I'm just saying, man. I just like to do the mean voice to make it more theatrical. But I'm not trying to make fun of you, man. I'm not. I mean, it sounds like you're mad with the whole system, Nathan. You don't like the Democrats or the Republicans. You don't think we're not going to benefit from none of this thing. All of it is bad. But could could there be any glimpse, Nathan? Could there be a silver lining somewhere? Is it all doom and gloom, Nathan? That's what I'm asking. Is it all doom and gloom, my friend? Is it all doom and gloom? John says, Nathan, ever been to combat? Do go okay, go do that a bit, and maybe you'll figure out what's important, right? Nathan says, you take care of yourself. Yeah, like I said, Nathan, you're welcome to come back, man. Like I said, I'm not making fun of you, man. I'm not trying to beat you up or anything, man. Why? I don't even know you, man, but I appreciate you coming on. And you actually have a concern because there's a group of people that do not believe or have no faith in the system. I mean, you mentioned about, yeah, Trump is a billionaire, but let me make you be aware of some things. Trump have helped out a lot of people, even when he was a Democrat. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, a lot of your black leaders, especially in the black community. Um, and it don't even go there. It goes much, much more. He's a fixture in an icon in our society of the work that he actually done. He actually have released a lot of blacks. I would say 70%. I would say 91% of them. Over 7,000 inmates were released. 91% of them was African American. And that was because Trump understood why a lot of them got in prison in the first place. It was because of the Joe Biden's crime bill of 1994, where there was a mass incarceration of blacks. But guess who freed all those blacks years later? It was Trump under his first administration, 2016. You can go and pull it up. This is one of his policies. Plus, he donated over $360 million to the HBCUs. And there's 107 of them across the United States, I do believe. 102, one of them. But at any event, he donated a lot of money in those historical black colleges. A racist or a hater would not have done that. You can pull this up. This is actual fact. I'm just walking you down on some of the things that Trump have done. So when people say what Trump have done for you, I can actually tell you what he has done. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I understand where your frustration is coming from. And really, you are upset more so because the previous administration have let you down because they've been in power longer than Trump, 16 years or more. Sharon Dombrowski says Trump received an award from the NAACP. He did because he donated a lot of money. He was spearheading the operation. He was on the forefront as well as for equality and equal fairness and all the rest of this stuff in the black community. I know that. So yeah, he really did. To take all his accomplishments away and call him a Hitler and a traitor just because he decided to run Republican is totally unfair. Ever since he came down the golden escalator, he'd been attacked and been called a racist when he announced his candidacy for the Republican Party. There was a reason that he didn't run as a Democrat. There's a lot of reasons for it. You know what I'm saying? Because he understood on the Democrat side, because again, the Democrats haven't been Democrats since Kennedy. Let's go and keep it real. They have not. They haven't been Democrats since Kennedy. You know, RFK decided to work with Trump Tulsi Gabbard decided to work with Trump. Tulsi Gabbard is a MAGA now. She went from Democrat to moderate to MAGA Republican. Now, JFK is still, I guess you could say, because of his family is Democrat, he's still somewhat Democrat. But I think as he started to get into his position, that may change. So there's been a record history in this country where liberals and moderates have been working amongst each other for change for something better. This ain't about being another tyrant when he's been shrinking government. Trump been under attack. He's been attempted assassination twice. He's been attacked. Nobody knows what it's like where you have a political party to go after you, lawfare, lawsuits, basically come down with these false allegations, convict felon, and all this other stuff. All that stuff came all for no reason to him at all, only because he been trying to wanted to change the country for something better. And it's gonna keep it real. Because they can't find the woman, whoever made these allegations, right? The hush money trials. Why haven't his you should have a right. We have a thing in the Constitution where you have a right to face your accuser. And there wasn't no accuser. Stormy Daniels, what did she say? There was no problem with it. There was no problems with Stormy Daniels. They were trying to they made this stuff. It was all made up. Lawfare and all this stuff. All this stuff was made up to villainize Trump. And again, this is factual facts. Even your hatred shouldn't blind you from the truth. Everybody in this room should be, their responsibility is to get to the truth. We're responsible is getting down to the truth. That's what it is. Joe says excuse me. Times they tried taking a pop at him. They did. They did. He's been under major, him and his family been under attack. His businesses have been threatened. They were trying to bankrupt him. And the American people saw this because it didn't make sense. He was the darling when he was a Democrat. When he was a Republican, he became public enemy number one. And everybody know it. He's the same guy that he was on The Apprentice. You saw his personality on The Apprentice, and it was actually one of my favorite shows, especially when he fired people. Does he do that now? Come on, man. The Hitler stuff doesn't even work. This is crazy. And the responsibility for the American people should be wanting to align with the truth. It ain't about left, it's not about right, it's not about loyal to a party. It's about a responsibility of getting to the truth. And the truth is what? We all have that responsibility to know the truth if we don't know anything else. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, what Trump has been under, that would make him most qualified. He's a businessman, he's an investor, he's a real estate developer, and he knows how the system works. He's been showing us transparency the whole time with the creation of those. Remember, Elon Musk is not taking one penny from the American taxpayer. But tell me why, from Biden all the way down, especially on the right-on Republicans and the Democrats, they all have been taking a pay, and they also have been aligning themselves to be rich by ripping off the taxpayers' dollar. And that's an actual fact. It's amazing that they come in here and talk about Trump, but they won't criticize or be mad as hell about the taxpayers' monies that's being fleeced from them. Trump is a billionaire. He don't have to fleece no damn money from nobody, and neither does Elon Musk. Let's go on and knock it off. It makes no sense. That goes against the straight up logic. It's not logical to have all that money in his particular case when all the good that he actually have done with many people. He don't have to go up here and steal nothing from nobody. This is the guy here that took all of them taking a pay cut. Look at Dan Bongino. He walked away from $1 million podcast show, right, to serve his country. And I think as a deputy director of the FBI, I think he's going to make a great one. Late night sip says Trump pointing Biden. You got to elaborate on a little bit more on that late night sip and things. Joe Mama says, listen, listen, studying them transgender mice, right, is important, damn it. I know, right? Yeah, studying the transgender mice in Sesame Street over there in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever it is. That's more important, right? We're doing gender studies and all the rest of this stuff. I mean, look at the lunacy of this type of stuff. Transgender mice. I read somewhere about that too. Transgender mice. Are you kidding me? Late Night Sip says, what's to elaborate love? I got to do Late Night Sip voice because it's late at night. I go into personality characters. No disrespect. So I got to do it right. What to elaborate? Love? Trump is greater than Biden. I gotta do because late night. I mean, you gotta do the late night voice, man. I like it. You just taking a late night sip. Yeah, what is there not to love? I just love it though, right? Yeah, Shannon Dabrowski says that's our money, right? But late night says, LOL, too cute, too cute. Yeah, because he all laid back. It's getting late now. He's all laid the F back. Go ahead, late night sip, get a little late night and a little sip on a you know what. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Go ahead, late night sip. Take your late night sip. Your late night sip says, I'm at night shift, 9/11 worker. I sip coffee all night. Need those late night sips to keep me up. Yeah, I know, right? That's what's up too, man. I'll take it. I'll take it though, late night sip. I'll take it, man. I'm glad you found my channel. I like this guy's chat. I like his name, man. I'm gonna have to start rolling that. Maybe that'd be my new voice, though. I can be like, yeah, welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. You know, yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, though, late night sip, man. You say you like my channel? Yeah, I appreciate it, though, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just like doing lives, man. I like the interaction. I like talking with people, whether we agree or disagree, man. You know, sometimes I get into character, man. But with your name, man, I like that late night sips, man. Yeah, this is I can see you with your channel. This is died again. Hold on for a minute. They gotta alternate. All right, she'll connect again. Yeah, you should have a channel called Late Night Sips. I like that. That's a cool ass channel name, man. Late Night Sips with your host, Late Night, coming at you late at night, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just over here doing Some Random Guy Speaks. Tony G on the microphone here. We're going to be talking about Trump's policies. Is his policies, are they going to be effective in moderate times to come, or is it going to be a bust? You tell me. You tell me, my brothers and sisters. Can you imagine if I talk like that? I'll be putting y'all to sleep, man. Some of y'all may get excited. I could roll that, though. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I like that though, man. I like the name, man. I like the name. That's a great originality. I like your name, man. That's great. You know, yeah, that is real cool. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like the channel, man. I try, even though I'm being shadow banned, but it's all good. My subscriber number should be way up there. It's all good though, man. My viewers more so, it should be way up there, but it's all good. That means to tell me that I'm right on target. Where the shrapnel and the flak is, I'm right there. I'm right on point, man, with it. But it's all good though, man. Yep. Late night says, subscribe. You love. Okay, yeah, I appreciate it though. Thanks, man. That's all right though, man. Do the old 70s thing. Remember all the old DJs? That's how they used to talk back in the days, man. In the 70s? Oh yeah. We're gonna segue into the night hour, with your You with your man, your DJ, you know, your DJ, some random guy speaks. As I turn the wheels of steel, we're gonna be playing the next song, you know. Can you imagine though, man? In fact, I think I will start to. Well, I get copyright strike. I can't even do it. Dang, can't even do it, man. I used to be a DJ back in the days, though, man. I would love to do that, though, man. You know, do that Sartre voice, man. Late night hour, you know. Yeah, that'd be real cool, though, man. You know, we need, instead of politics, I could roll that with that voice, man. I could roll that on a lot of levels, man. I appreciate the likes today too. I appreciate you guys subscribing to all that great stuff. Late Night Sip says, LOL, you're too funny. Do you remember Delilah, that soft spoken female DJ from the 90s? Let me see here. Delilah. I lived in Arizona. There was the Midnight Mamacita. There was quite a. I'm going to have to look out for her. I can't say I have heard of her, but what was Delilah like? I even like the name. Hey there, Delilah. I should get my guitar out on the ukulele, you know? Yeah. What was she like though? Late night sips. Was she like spoke with a real seductive voice? You know. Late night sip says she was syndicated. She was on like every night radio channel. If you said the '90s, then yeah, she's syndicated. Okay. Late Night Sip says, you're doing her perfect. Okay, you're doing her perfect. Yes, seductive. Yeah, it makes sense though when it's at night though. Maybe I should switch to a different genre at night. It don't work for the daytime, but this is my daytime voice. But at night, I go to the seductive. You know, we're gonna put our hands together as some random guy speaks, and we're gonna talk about the Trump policies. Yes, we're gonna go over them. Whether you agree or disagree, my brothers and sisters, it's all good. It's just all good. I'm all about love, not hate. We need to make love, not make hate. You know what I'm saying? If I came off like that, even the hardest bleeding heart liberal would say, man, this guy is too cool, man. You know, at first I had a lot of hostility towards him. Now I don't even feel mad no more, you know. I can be therapy for people, you know. Yeah, you know, Trump is gonna do it all, man. I had a friend of mine that actually talked like that too. He was like, Filipino dude, you know. Okay, I'm a night person. I'm a night person too, you know. Yeah, Sharon, I'm a Dombrowski, I'm a night person too. That's how my friend used to talk. He'd be like, yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it. I'm trying to get to the bag, baby. I'm just trying to do it. You know, just basically doing that type of stuff. Yeah, the name, with the personality. I always get compliments on my voice anyway, because I did podcast shows. I can speak, and people always get compliments on my voice all the time. Joe Mama says, tell us about your crazy 9/11 calls, Bigfoot, UFOs, etc. Yeah, I remember one time that I encountered a Bigfoot and he ran out in front of my car. I didn't hit him. I came close a few inches of hitting him. He looked at me with those glaring brown red eyes, and I looked back at him. And then he just ran off into the woods. Made me piss on myself, literally. I'm just kidding. I didn't ever seen a Bigfoot before. But John, you got some crazy call. You got a crazy UFO story though. You and Sherry though, seeing the orbs and stuff, seeing UFOs and everything like that. I mean, yeah, man, I've never seen a UFO in my life. I think I'm still to say that most of them are ours anyway, though, man. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying that there's not no UFOs. I just never seen one. You know, have you been abducted before, or have you ever had the feeling that what they call it where you're paralyzed, right? You know what I'm saying? I have had stuff like that happen before, where you're consciously awake, but you have no movement and stuff like that. I haven't had that happen in a long time, but I have had it. I have had it happen though. Yep, I have had it happen. Yep, I have had it happen though, to be honest. And it's not a comfortable feeling though, too. Yeah, it's not a comfortable feeling, man, when you experience something like that. But that's about all I ever had though. Can't say it was any type of UFO stuff because I never had anybody with the big head and the black eyes coming there and all that, you know. It would yeah, trying to use a weapon though when you can't move, it defeats the purpose, you know. Yep. I should go over. We should go over a UFO thing next time, man. What y'all think? Late at night, do my seductive voice. Oh yeah, you know. Yeah, we got Joe Mama and Sharon Dombrowski in the house tonight. I'd like to give a shout out to those two. You know, they're helping me out doing the moderations and stuff, being a moderator. You know, but we haven't had no haters tonight. Everybody been cool and cool and calm. I'm like cool as a cucumber, you know, talking about the Trump policies. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but Nathan though, you know, I hope he come back though, man, because I had to imitate him, you know, because he was mad about it though, man. He was not. Nathan was not having it, man. He was not having it. Boy, he was mad at Trump being the billionaire, man. He was not having it, man. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna start doing though with people with the personalities though, you know. You got Truck patched. Yeah, he's been back in lately. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, had to get that other guy though, but hopefully he'll come back too. Ain't no harsh feelings though, man. You know, no harsh feelings. And for anybody else that's coming in and coming in out, I hope you enjoyed the show. It's been great, man. We just over here hanging out right now, man, and things like that. Just kind of winding down and chilling out though. Get your popcorn, get your wine. We went over his policies already. Trump, the man, I mean, his approval rating is just phenomenal. He's like 76% approval. You know, and what's sad about the Democrats, before I let this thing go, man, they just do not have an answer whatsoever, man. Joe Mama says it was just another what's about. He never wanted to answer anything. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, he never did. That's when you know, man, because that's when you know propaganda got a hold of them, John, as you already know. Because I do ask these guys questions, man. They love asking me questions because it's really disingenuous, though, because they love to get you in that gotcha moment. But when you ask them questions, I notice with liberals, whatever they classified as, you know, they don't like answering a lot of questions. They'd rather be the ones asking you questions, right? You know, so that's the thing about it. Yeah, and then the propaganda news as well too. The major outlets that they pretty much always seem to watch. Though he seemed like he was a little, a little older too. But yeah, I'm not putting him down or nothing like that. Hopefully he'll return back. If it's somebody that I can encourage or sway their opinions and stuff like that without being on the attack. Because again, we're not on the attack in this room. I don't have to attack anybody over Donald Trump policies. His policies speak for himself. They are there for anybody that want to know. You have to be willing to put your hatred towards the side because the hate and the Trump derangement syndrome, that's another whole situation, man. I don't have an answer for that one. I really don't, man. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that one. But the Democrats, as I was mentioning before, when I put the thumbnail up there, RIP, from what is it, 1828 to 2025, the party is on life support. They have no leadership. They discombobulated, and they are blinded by their hatred towards a man, which is Donald Trump. And we know the real reason why. It has nothing to do with Trump and his policies. It has a lot to do about them because when the American people find out that they're already finding out already, but there's more that's to be revealed of what they've been doing as far as regime changes that the American taxpayers have been funding and other stuff, Epstein Island, all this stuff is about to come out. And we are starting to find out what they truly been doing against the American country, right? The Americans. When we talk about treason, we talk about espionage and selling secrets and all the rest of the stuff. Some agents that's got, I mean, some soldiers that got busted recently, right? So we're going to start seeing more of this stuff, right? Sharon Dombrowski says Trump talks about the media more than any other president has. Yeah, yeah, he really has. John says he knows things are broken. He wants them fixed like we do, right? But God forbid you, right, to change this status quo. It fix it. Ironic. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing about it, though, man. So I truly believe that God is working through Trump, and the path that we on now, I feel a lot better on the trajectory course as where we're going versus before. I really believe that Trump is truly the man for the people. He is the president for the people. There we go. He's the president of the people, commander in chief that have actually has a transparency government. If you notice all of the president, what is it, the executive orders, he signed those things out in public. He want everybody in America to witness and see what he's signing off on. You know, this is you can't get no more transparent than that. Biden never signed executive orders up front. Biden have never done what Trump did. Trump's writing fingers should be really cramped right now, but he just keep on going. He just won't stop, and he don't miss. He's been right about every darn thing, though. You know what I'm saying? This guy, it's like, people waiting for him to miss. He's been on point, on target, nonstop. You know what I'm saying? So this ain't about worshiping a man. This is all about the policies. Remember I said before, no one should never be that much involved in the party. And the problem is that you have people that are party loyalists as opposed to looking at the party instead of the policies. That's a problem. Look at the black community. This is another a major problem because we know that a lot of them are party loyalists. They will not vote for nobody unless if there's a D next to their name. And this is why people like they hold up in the black community, like Jasmine Hood Rat Crockett, and then we had Stacey Abrams. She's starting to come under scrutiny now because of the campaign fund that she's been $2 million, $2 million, and she's trying to explain this. This is lunacy. What is there to explain? You have abused, fraud. I mean, this is what she's being accused of this type of stuff, right? And it looked like they have the evidence on this stuff. So we'll see how that play out against Stacey Abrams. And then you also have Jasmine Crockett. This is another excuse me. This is another congressperson, right? Out of Texas, right? She have to explain what is it, 3 million, 10 million, but there's millions. She have to explain where that money has come from. I'm not just picking on these two because they're black. But the point I'm trying to make is that you have people that are mesmerized and worship the party on, especially with the Democrats. They worship the party itself, and they look past what is going on for real. They don't even question how these people got all this money. What's her name? Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. How'd she acquire all damn near $70 million? How does that happen? Joe Mama says there was just the news story that the only actual thing Joe Biden signed was his decision to drop all presidential elections. Yep, everything else in his 4 years was auto P and sign. Yeah, I heard about that. You're right. Auto P and sign. The question is, if it wasn't Joe Biden, which we know it wasn't, so who was doing the auto P and signing? Many people say it was Obama. There could be others involved as well. You know what I'm saying? So these are not elect people that are doing this, because we know that Joe Biden wasn't doing any of this stuff. Joe, you kind of feel sorry for Joe Biden. He was just up there, my son, but at the same time, was he coherent? We seen him like staring off, and I mean, it was just sad. But he was really the Joe. He was really like the perfect Manchurian candidate, Joe Biden. You know, he was a perfect Manchurian candidate because he can implement policies, never have to give much speeches. He gave a few, but you didn't really see Joe that much. And then you didn't see the vice president, Kamala Harris, until she started running. The whole thing was just straight up weird. It was on some weirdo stuff, type of stuff, weirdo-ish, you know. But like I said, they right now the Democrats are on life support. I don't know what these crazy chants are about. We will win. We will win. Are you kidding me? Who is that? Bernie Sanders or somebody? We will win. We will win. And then they got the Street Fighter um, things going on, like they ready for action, like they gonna jump on somebody. Are you kidding me? This is this is like some this is what is this, man? This is crazy, man. Joe Mama says, no, I don't feel sorry for him. I know I don't. I shouldn't say that. You're right. He's been a donor stooge his whole life. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true though, man. Yeah, it looked like he did get his comeuppance, that's for sure. But yeah, they got these silly chants, singing with the guitar and all this other nonsense. Joe Mama says, we told you all back in 2016, Dems can't meme. They really can't, though. It's bad. People make fun of their memes and their stuff, man. It's so bad. Shit, I could write that, but I ain't gonna do it, man. I ain't trying to help them out. I want them to go down in flames, man, as they deserve to, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they've been ripping off the country for a long time, trying to divide the country, coming up with all these weird woke agendas and everything like that. Like they care so much. The only thing they care about is aligning their own pockets. Let's go ahead and keep it real, and that's what that's all they cared about, getting to the bag. As long as the bag was there for them, because that's really what it is, for real, for real. But they needed a scapegoat, which was Trump. Instead of dealing with the policies and trying to fix America, if they were really about it. I'm not saying that the Democrats can't change, but not with this one. They're too far gone. I don't even expect for them to change, because they're too corrupt. And now that Trump have got a clamp on all this funding and stuff like that, that probably wouldn't make people want to be, let's say, it wouldn't want to. People don't really want to sign up to be a politician anymore, because before it's a way for you to get rich. A lot of these people were broken, busted, dusted and disgusted. You know what I'm saying? You think Hakeem Jeffries is going to lead the Democrat Party to try to be Obama? You think he's going to do it? You think Cory Booker going to do it? You know, who else will we can name? You think Gavin Knucklehead Newsom going to be able to do it? You know what I'm saying? Neither of these people are not. They're not going to be able to do it. Joe Mama says, "Do you realize we trolled the country so hard in 2015, the DOD set up a department of mean welfare that's no bullshit." Yeah, I can believe that, man. I can believe that. You know, I can believe that. Because, yeah, there was, man, the early days, but it had to go down like this, though, too, though, Joe. Because, like I said, even with the border thing, Trump could have actually completed the border wall. he left a part of that undone for a reason and a purpose, because he wanted to show the American people that what they were doing, or even though they were lying to the American people by saying that that border was secure, it was not. And they allowed a lot of illegals, probably by well over 15 million illegals, and some that was a lot with criminals as well too, that were coming through that border, that southern border like that. And that right there should be grounds of a treason. The sanctuary city, the cities too. That's also grounds of treason. Um, yeah, Brandon Johnson. What's the woman name? Something Wu out of Boston. All these mayors and governors should be tried for treason, for what they did against the American people, because there's no reason for it, you know. But this is how deep the corruption is, though, Joe, man. This is corruption, and now we in this era of accountability and responsibility right now. Accountability for sure, you know, because now that Trump's cabinet is Trump tight, you know. So yeah, yep. So we in a better place now than we were before. Whether some people may not see that, and that's fine. They may not see it, but action is going to show them more so, you know. Because I got relatives, man, that do not. They think that we were better off before. It's like, are you kidding me? Joe Mama says, I could you all a huge story about Catholic charities and illegal immigration. Tell. Yeah, yeah, I believe you could. I believe you could, though, you know, because a lot of it we already know. It's just straight up a con, a scam. We've been getting scammed by these people, and things like this. And yeah, they're pretty much on their way out. I don't think that the Democrats will ever get back in power no time soon. And I'm not looking for them to. Yeah. Shannon says, tell, Joe Mama. I was about to say that. Do tell. Do tell. We would love to hear it. Yeah, we would love to hear it, man. All right, there you go. Sorry about that. All right. Joe says it's a lot of typing. Well, take your time, man. You know. hmm and that's another thing with that big old app. Some of you guys can actually talk on it. Hey, Sharon, are you comfortable talking on the mic? Because I am set up at my home bedroom studio where I can actually talk on there. You know, I mean, have people to come up on the panel and things though too. For those that want to, you ain't got to. I can't do it tonight because I'm out. I'm not set up to do that right now. But Big O, if we were on Big O, then I can do it, where people can go on there and they can just conversate, talk about some things or whatever like that. But you'll know when I'm at home with it because you know, yeah, just even look nicer though too. You know, yeah. I was sitting in the car looking like a stalker. You know, the night stalker. You know, the night stalker. That's funny. hmm All right, time to change up the scenery. Yeah, you guys deserve for me to change up the scenery. I said too that I wanted to do a Detroit one too, where I drive around in Detroit, downtown Detroit, show off Detroit, show you guys, what's going on, how it is. We got home goods and all this stuff. Look at all this convenience we have around here. Look at all this stuff, man. Yeah, yeah, we have all this stuff. Where am I going? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's all good though. Um, Officer K says, "What's up from Pontiac, man? What's going on with you, Officer K, man? Yeah, man. I don't know if you heard me last night, man. I was repping Detroit. pretty heavy. Sometimes I get a ride in Pontiac, Waterford, Auburn Hills, what is Great Lake Crossings, the Top Golf place out there. Uh, I remember I used to hang out in Pontiac back in the days. They had a bar called Clutch Cargoes. I remember that spot. It was an old church, y'all, that they converted into a nightclub. And what they had, what is it, Tonic Lounge out there. Back in the days, I used to go to Tonic. You know what I'm saying? So I always like to get people local in this room because they know what I'm talking about. Hmm. Yeah, what's happening to you? What's happening with you, Officer K? I got friends that are officers as well too. Hmm. Maybe I can have some more police officers that follow me now, man. That'd be cool. Yeah, Officer K too, that's what's up, man. Yeah, Shannon, let me see here. Joe Mama said it boils down to the church moving funds to the Catholic charities declaring bankruptcy so they didn't have to pay molestation. I believe that though, man, charges and imposing illegal, especially young ones. Yeah, Shannon says, "Wow, I figured it was about child sex trafficking." Oh yeah, absolutely. Joe says, "I know a person who worked for KBH Accounting that audited the books and found a bunch of it. They were transferred. Yeah, all they do is transfer them out. When they get busted one place, archdiocese, they're just going to relocate them somewhere else, and they still do the same old stuff over and over and over again, and things like that. So, yeah, messing around with those altar boys and everything. Yeah, hmm yeah, that would turn me off of being Catholic just on that point, man, alone. That would turn me off, though, man. You would hate to be a little altar boy. Yeah, I would. Well, no, no, man. Hell no. Yeah, yeah. It's sad though, right? Yeah, it's really sad though. I'm out here in the night right now, the night stalker. Looking for my next victim. Yeah, street life. I'm gonna do one on Detroit though too, man. I'm gonna ride. We're gonna ride in Detroit. We're gonna ride. Yeah, I want to do it in the daytime because you guys can see more at night. You ain't gonna see a whole lot though. Yeah, that way you can better see what it's like downtown Detroit. You can better see for yourself. Ride by some of the eateries, and everything. Oh yeah, it's all good. Yeah, but yeah, we really hammered it out with yeah, the migrant, yeah, these illegals and everything, birthright citizenship and stuff like that. So that's going to actually be handled in the Supreme Court, though. I believe they're going to rule in Trump's favor, though, as well. Yep, they're ruling Trump's favor. Yeah, Tony, go find Eminem. I know, right? You know what? I know he got a mansion over in Detroit somewhere. It's out in the burbs, But yeah, Eminem, Kid Rock. Kid Rock is originally from um what's that city called? It's oh my gosh. Starting to forget what that area is. He's out in the country, suburb of Detroit, way out there on Plank Road somewhere, way out there though. So oh, Romeo, there it is. Romeo, Michigan. That's where Kid Rock is from originally, Romeo. And Romeo from Detroit is probably about 40 some odd minutes, 40 to 45 minutes away, Romeo. Yeah. And Eminem is from Warren, Michigan, I do believe, not too far from 8 Mile. That's why he called that movie 8 Mile Road, which does exist because we have a lot of miles here. And it goes, we don't have like 1 mile. Some people would say Plymouth is 1 mile, but It starts at 5 Mile or FICO, and it goes all the way up. And the miles run north. So when somebody says 7 mile, 8 mile, 9 mile, 10 mile, 11 mile, 12 mile. 11 mile run kind of funny because it forks off through the freeway. 10 mile and 11 mile, it forks off. But 11 mile, 12 mile, 13 mile, 14 mile, I'm not kidding. They go all the way up. 22 mile road. I'm not kidding. I mean, it's really like that. For real, it is really like that, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, really like that. But yeah, man. So just kind of talking about it a little bit, you know. Yeah, yeah. This is the downtown area, though. This is a college town and stuff like that. This is Ann Arbor. This is very, very liberal city here, man. And you know, the students look like they're coming back from spring break and stuff like that. But to my right, to my right, there's Fleetwood Diner. To my right, though. I only ate there one time, but it's one of these greasy spoon type places late at night. This is where people go to eat and stuff like that, with bars let out. Ann Arbor is a foodie town too. They got a lot of nice restaurants over here and things like that. They have a lot of students here. Sharon says John Walsh's daughter was on some online show accusing her dad of some crazy things. Are you serious? For real? Sharon, are you serious? John Walsh, the guy with his son that come up missing, that John Walsh, his daughter come out? Are you serious? Right? Wow. Who is paying you to do these far right streams? You know what? I'm gonna tell you this, B Riddle. The right don't do like what the left does. The left pay people to do that type of shit. You know, if I was on the left, man, I'd be getting rich. I decided not to do it. And the right, they don't pay nobody to do this. I'm only speaking from the heart, man. Nobody's paying me to do this, though. I'm a big fan of Trump, and I believe that he's getting this country together. So that's why I do the lives and stuff like that. You know, I'm a big time supporter because when Trump wins, we all win. That's for real. You know, shit. Republicans paying me shit. Trump and them don't have to pay nobody. People got it, man. There's a lot of conservative channels on here. I know quite a few of them. The Black Conservative, man. Shit, he got a way bigger channel. Then you got Doc Rich. Doc Rich and them, those guys, man, their numbers. Are you kidding me? My channel is, man, I mean, those you should be asking that question to them. But here's the thing about it. The right don't, I mean, they don't pay like they do on the left. These guys are doing it because every time when the Democrats F up B Riddle, because they are walking mean themselves, man. Every time they do something stupid, oh, nobody is paying me, man, but they create a lot of content for us to talk about. I mean, for real though, it's a walking meme for the stuff that they're doing. You don't see that, you know. Far right paying me. Heck, no, man. I'm not getting paid for this stuff. You see my numbers, man. Doc Rich, Black Conservative. There's so many of them out there that I can name. I mean, their numbers are much higher. You know, you got to worry about being shadow banned and all this stuff, man. Man, please, man. Shit, my numbers should be a little bit higher than they are now, but it's all good though, man. It is what it is, though. I've been at this live thing for over 2 hours at least. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, think about it though, man. Shit, I'm not getting paid. No, man, I'm not getting paid at all, man, and that's okay. I got a job, you know. Always voted Republican. You know, and that's another thing though too, man. It's a mindset because we don't make excuses and things like that. We get out here and make it happen, get to this bag, get to this money, right? Instead of crying like a victim and looking for somebody to give me something. We're not looking for nobody to give us something. We get out here, all we want is to have the opportunity to get to the bag. That's what we all should be agreement on, right? Having the opportunity, and if you don't have an opportunity, then you make one. You have to find some type of way to make the opportunity if there's no opportunity. If there's no opportunity, then you create one. But the democratic mindset is to have your hand out, looking for government subsidies and all these other programs like they have been doing. Because what did that do? I mean, you know, look at a lot of the natives, for instance, right? You know, some of them on reservations or not, but they're given government subsidies as well. Are they out here doing something? No, they just wait on the government subsidies. That's no way to get a people better. It destroys the people. Everybody is not blessed to have a casino. If you're Navajo or some of these other ones that are rich native tribes that can have a casino, I mean, you know, but everybody that's an Indian is not don't have a casino. The other ones are broke. You know, I mean, to keep it real, I had to use them as an example, right? You got to be getting out here, figuring out the way to get to the bag. And Trump have already figured out a way to help the Americans get to the bag. We want no taxes, especially on tips, especially on overtime. You should be championing that, man. Bo Riddle. You should be championing that, man. You should be happy about that alone. You should be happy about having small government, less regulations. You don't need the government in all your business affairs telling you what to do. You know, that's what the Constitution is for. It was designed to not allow the people that's representing us in government to overstep their boundaries. But when you don't know, I can already tell that you really don't really understand how America truly works because of these swamp creatures and what they've been doing. They think they are rulers instead of the other way around. When the people fears the government, right, it's tyranny. When the government fears the people, it's liberty, right? That's exactly what it is. You should never forget that. What's the benefit of us fearing our government, right? And scared to say what we want to say. And, you know, what would be the point of being an American? Right? What would be the point of being an American when they want to also take away our gun rights? Talking about gun violence is the number one reason to a lot of this gun violence going on or whatever. They've been using that excuse. They done took automatic assault rifles and all this stuff away. No government has a right to tell the American people what type of gun we should have. The Constitution said give us that right, just like freedom of speech, right? Freedom of religion, freedom of the press. We don't have to sit up in here and pretend. Let me see, where am I going over here? Hold on, I'm gonna change up the scenery a little bit. We don't have to pretend, my friend. This is what make Americans Americans. We are a special group of people over here. But try to convey that to, especially with blacks, a lot of blacks are not, they really don't know about the Constitution. They think it's just some old racist people that put it together and they just have this victim mentality. A lot of them was raised by single mama, black mama families, right? And this is one of the main reasons. The 92%, and I already did this on the live before, I've addressed them several times. I know I didn't got shot on ban on that as well, because I was expecting for them to come in the room, talk that ish, because that's all they do. Like Jasmine Crockett, it's the same type of groups of people, and then they want to sit up here and want to call them queens and goddesses and act like what they doing is so fly and so nice. I mean, she's over here clowning. She's a meme herself, man, off of this Kendrick Lamar song and all this other stuff. You know, she remind me of Tiffany Hayard, that super mirror out of Dalton, Illinois, man, that ripped those people off of all this money embezzlement. Over $3 million. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is coming from the left. What is the deal with them in this money management, this money management that they doing? You know, you vote for somebody to be in the office, right? Aren't we supposed to be, aren't they, you know, they're supposed to be held to a higher standard, right? They're supposed to be over here managing funds, leading us in the right direction. She was leading us all right. I mean, she was over here, everything was Amazon. She's over here spending taxpayer money, spending her constituents' money on Amazon. You know, I'm talking about Tiffany Hayer. You guys may or may not have heard of her. She's out of Illinois, Dalton, Illinois, right? And you don't hear nobody from the left talk about her ass at all, man. It's terrible. Have you listened to anything on Linda Lee? Yeah, I have. Lindy Lee, yeah. She was the one that also funded Kamala Harris's campaign and how she got the shaft on that. Millions of dollars. They went on, what did Kamala Harris and her campaign management do? They gave money to celebrities. They went through a $1.5 billion, right? They were getting money left and right, right? It's terrible. Joe Mama says, Tony, they are just using Common Core math for the education department to balance the books. I know, right? It's just so silly and hilarious. But it makes a lot of sense, though, with what you're saying, though, Joe Mama. Sharon Dabrowski says she is telling it all. Yeah, Lindsay, and here's the thing about it. The Democrats pushed her away. You think that she gonna be a Democrat anymore? She said she got more acceptance on the right, you know, from the MAGA thing though. And then they would never tell this truth. But wasn't it that they had a short excuse me. Didn't they have a mismanagement thing going on where they had a shortfall of $20 million? They couldn't pay the vendors. And Trump had to come in. Trump said that he would go ahead and pay those vendors. It was never on the front page news. If you tell a leftist Democrat that, they'll say you're lying. This is because you know what? We have Truth Social and we also have X. And like I said, if people really want to get down to the truth, those would be the perfect sources there. You have X22 Report. That's another one I listen to from David. You have Insurrection Barbie, MAGA Voice. They're all on X as well. And these are the voices of real journalism. Because we already know legacy media like Channel, was it MSNBC, ABC, CBS, and all the rest of them, they're not real media. That's propaganda. If you want to get down to the real source, then you got to go out. You got to be willing to step outside of the news thing. But yeah, this is the thing. Lindsay Lee, she was raised a lot of money. Campaign director for Kamala Harris campaign. They lied to her, told her that it's going to be a shoe-in and how she was going to win on Trump. The only reason they did that because they were going to try to use the same old slick tactics they did back in 2020. And they got caught and busted. Do you realize that Laura Trump and things, and they had a slew of lawyers there, especially in Pennsylvania. They were waiting on them to pull that stunt. You know, they were already, and this is the reason why Kamala didn't get in there. You know, because we wouldn't allow the no ID, right? We wouldn't allow. We want the same day voting like we used to, no mail-in ballot stuff, and no. And we want the ID. That's the things that we stand on to make it fair for everyone. But they didn't want no ID voting. They didn't want same day voting. They want to hold it up so they were able to go in there and cheat. That's why Trump said we're gonna make it too big to rig, and they want to call Trump a cult. Only way you could be a cult is if it's a minority group. The cult is anybody on the left. That's a cult because that's the minority group. They always have. They got to cheat in order to be able to win on an election instead of being straight up. You think Trump was worried in the least? No, he wasn't. He wasn't worried in the least because he had the majority of people. He had the people in the religious, the Catholic community, right? People in the Jewish community. You had American-born Latinos and Hispanic and Cubans, right? You had a small percent in the black community with black men that voted for Trump as well too. All these groups, right? You had liberal uh, groups, even your feminist white women voted for Trump. You had a lot of people that voted for Trump. It wasn't just the typical northern people. That's what made over 77 plus voters that voted for Trump. They all voted for Trump. This is how we ended up winning. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up and stuff like that. Yeah, and yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let the live go a little bit longer. I'm gonna step away, use the restroom real quick, lady and gentlemen, since I just see y'all two here, and y'all can go ahead on and have the conversation while I go away a little bit. Okay. Let me see here. B. Riddle says, "You're back, January 6th insurrection." You know what? It wasn't an insurrection, sir. It wasn't an insurrection. You know what was the real insurrection? The real insurrection happened when they stole that election from Trump. And when the information comes out about that, you will see that's when the insurrection truly happened. That old fake made up because they were down there, man. Them police officers let them in the building, man. Stop it, man. Please stop the BS now. Don't do this. Don't do this. No, this was not an insurrection. That was by Nancy Pelosi. We also had was it it was the co-conspirators behind that was all on that. Nancy Pelosi, Nikki Haley. There was quite a few people behind that, right? And exactly, I was about to bring that up, Joe Mama. Why did Nancy Pelosi refuse to sit in the National Guard? The reason she didn't want to do that because they wanted to stage a coup, which make it appear to be an insurrection. It wasn't. And since they stole the election in the first damn place, they stole the election, and I mean, and this is what ended up happening, right? It was all set up. Absolutely. This whole thing was straight up set up. But a lot of the American people now are seeing this, ladies and gentlemen. They are seeing the hypocrisy coming from the left. Yep, they see it. B. Riddle, I want you to, I dropped some nuggets in here for you. If you are on X, I suggest that you get on there. There's a thing called Insurrection Barbie. And she ain't the only one. There's a lot of real journalists that's giving real journalism. But like Joe said, why did they call the Capitol Police, right? Right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Why did the Capitol Police guard? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. Capitol Police. Those doors were automatically let open for them to come inside. And then they also had FBI agents. It was over 20 FBI agents undercover that was there at ground zero. You also had Antifa that was aggravating and exacerbating the situation even worse. The same old people, your BLM people are your same Antifa people. These are your people, renter mob and all, whatever you want to call them. And they infiltrated that group. They didn't get arrested, right? Ray Epps, right? Exactly, Ray Epps. You know, the people that and then exactly, but like that's why Trump pardoned them, and I stand with that. It wasn't no insurrection. B. Riddle, it wasn't no insurrection. You just kind of repeating stuff off of what you heard off the news. You got to educate yourself a little bit more. That's right, 25 agents, FBI agents, posing as MAGA. Wasn't MAGA. I've been to, have you, B. Riddle, have you ever been to a MAGA rally? I've been to a few of them myself. I've been to a few of them. And I'm a black man, right? You think they gave a damn about me being black going to a Trump rally? It wasn't even about color. It's about we all came together for a common goal in the ground, right? A common goal, right? We all wanted America to be better. It wasn't about black and white. It's about being an American. That's what it's about. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. I'm just kind of keeping it real with you. I'm gonna go step and use the restroom real quick, y'all. I'm gonna let this keep going. You guys can keep talking to B Riddle or to yourselves until I come back and things. So, yep, just give me a minute and I'll be right back. Oh, boy, boy, boy. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. All right, look like I am back. Finally, had to grab something to eat as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, look like I am back. There's my headset still connected. There I am. Yep, I am back. I'm back in full effect, like Rex in effect. Yep, old school style, right? Yeah, so did I miss a whole lot? Oh, yeah, B Riddle. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, hope, not trying to insult nobody, you know. Like I said, everybody is welcome to come into the chat to be able to talk about some things and stuff. But let me see did I miss something? Let me see what B Riddle had to say, you know. Let me see here. Let's see here. Got to get caught up here a little bit. You guys have been getting down in my absence. That's what's up. All right. B Riddle says, LOL. Make it make sense. We have a non-believer amongst us, ladies and gentlemen. We have a non-believer. That's all right. That's cool. That's all right. B Riddle says, I'm saying this brother, right? This brother is a election denier. An election denier. When it comes out, though, when the information gonna come out, though, why it once it let's say this though, B Riddle, if the evidence comes out on the news saying how Joe Biden and how they have stole the election, let's say when it comes out on the news, would you still believe, or you'll say, nope, I still don't believe it? That's the question for you. Sharon Dabrowski said, just like the Dems were in 2016. B. Riddle says, in trying to come on here to convince us, no, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just speaking facts about Trump's policies. These are facts. I ain't buying what you're selling. You ain't got to buy it. In fact, we have a name for people like you, B. Riddle. You're what we call a never Trumper. You would never, ever, 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 never, ever. I mean, you one of those type of guys, right? I got friends less like you, right? And that's cool. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can always be a never Trumper. That's fine. But you are a minority group and your party is dead. You have no leadership in your party. You are discombobulated, right? And it's about to be lights out for the Democratic Party. This is an actual fact. You know, you couldn't get by Trump then and you can't get by him now. If you think that Kamala Harris was the savior of all people, I got a bridge to sell you, my friend. It never will happen. Sharon Dabrowski says, you can't understand anyone thinking differently than you. B. Riddle says, these are not his options. Joe Mama says, well, folks, went to jail for an election fraud, systematic machines, right? Found that internet servers connected. And yeah, that's the whole thing. I remember Michael Lindell was doing a symposium about those machines, Dominion machines and stuff. Yeah, but they don't believe it. They don't believe none of that stuff. It's all conspiracy. They don't believe that. B. Riddle don't believe none of that stuff. He'll never be what they call a never Trumper. But B. Riddle, I'm interested. I'm curious to know this, though, man. I got a question for you. Since you are a never Trumper, why would it concern you about what other people think about Trump? I mean, including me, because you kind of went on the attack talking about, do I get paid by the right and things and MAGA and all this other type of stuff. Why should, let's say if I did get paid, which I don't, let's say if I did get paid, what should it matter to you, right? Why should it matter to you? I'm curious though, right? Why should it matter to you? That's the question for you, B Riddle. Why should it matter to you about how I vote and who I talk about on my live, right? Why should it matter to you? Get off Fox News. No, I'm asking the question though. Why should it matter to you, sir? You think I care about what Democrats do? I don't. You guys are the minority group anyway. Remember I said before, you don't have a party. You don't even have a leader. You think I'm mad at you? You're more mad and pissed off because what you don't have, right? You're mad at Doge. They finding all type of fraud, overspending, and misuse of funds, right? I've walked you down on people that's about to go to prison. Stacey Abrams about to get locked up. You know, let alone, well, it don't matter though. I'm not trying to get you come in this room, be Riddle. I didn't say be Riddle. You gotta be a Republican, you gotta like Trump, whatever the case may be, you know. I'm not the one over here forcing you to do anything. You came in this room on your own accord. Is that not correct? B. Riddle said it matters because I know a fact. No, it don't matter, man. And here we go with the opinion as a black man. You were grown, okay. You were grown like this, and see, this is another false narrative. You want to paint me in that same with that same brush. You want to put me in that same category with the rest of with the rest of black folks. Black folks are independent. We are not in a cult. I mean, I'm an independent man. We're all Americans. I'm not in that cult that you try to put me in. You try to pigeonhole me and put me in a category. You're like I'm supposed to get along and go along with the narrative. No, sir. I'm actually wearing my MAGA cap right now. You know, I give it to blacks or whoever hard. I ain't no hiding. I got a black one. I got a red one. I'm wearing my dark MAGA cap right now. I'm one of the few stand-up blacks that will actually rock my hat and I wear it proud. I'm not worried about nobody. I'm not worried about nobody be Riddle. I stand as a man, sir. I don't need nobody or whatever. I stand alone, sir. B. Riddle says, I'm ashamed of you. You don't even know me, bro. You don't even know me. How you gonna be ashamed of me because I don't run with the crying victim narrative? I don't take my marching orders from no black woman. I stand as a man, and you should do the same. You sound like a victim, though, sir. You sound like a victim, a crying victim. You need to get some help. Single mama family black men are the worst, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they produce. This is what these so-called black queens produce. They produce these old single-minded or single-family victim emotional males. That's what they do, right? Never go out of the black community, never take accountability, never take responsibility. They always have a racist undertone or overtone to justify why they can't get to the bag. It's really ridiculous, man. Stop watching 50 Cent and start learning about real life. Get rich and die trying ain't the real world, sir. You don't even know me. Talking about he's ashamed of me. I've been delivering facts and you can't rebuttal them. That's why you are so angry. You can't rebuttal them. You always asking questions. But if somebody asks you a question and you go silent. I've been asking you some questions and you went silent. You going silent right now. You've been disingenuous ever since you came in the room. And which is fine, because I'm not offended by it. But it's going to be real though. You didn't give me the same treatment as I gave you. I opened up my room, my house, with open arms and warm embrace, you know, just like that song. You know I want to wrap you in my warm embrace. And I make it last forever. You know, I mean, and the thing, and did this brother give me the return? If we supposed to be brothers, brother, you didn't even give me the common courtesy in return, man. You've been disingenuous and you've been disrespectful ever since you came into the room. Talking about you ashamed of me. I'm actually ashamed of you because you don't even know the history of the Democratic Party. And if you really knew the truth for real, you wouldn't even say that. You wouldn't even say that. But like I said, I'm not gonna waste my time trying to educate you because you already a never Trumper hater, like a lot of them, especially in the black community. That's led by 92% of black women. That's the one that you bow down to. You don't think I don't know that? You don't even give Miss Sexy Red, Gorilla, or Megan Thee Stallion. You ride right along with them. They can show their ass and show everything, and you ain't got no wherewithal at all to criticize them. You should be ashamed of them because they destroyed another whole generation with that old sexual antics that they're doing. And you want to come after me because I'm talking about policies and facts about Trump. Shame on you. That's what I say. Not a man among them, right? You're led by these black women, single mama family and all. You talking about I've been holding my tongue. You ain't gotta hold your tongue with me. You could just let it out. I'm a big boy. I can take it. But I hope if I'm striking a nerve or whatever, because I know you sound like you come from a single mama family. Now, if you need a hug, I can arrange it. If you want a hug, just let me know and I can arrange it for you, boo-boo. Do you need a hug? Because I can arrange one for you if you need a hug because you're sounding sensitive. Do you need a hug? Huh? Because mama wasn't there to give you and daddy wasn't there for you? All this misplaced anger stuff? You don't think I don't know that? Sound like a victim to me. You're looking very unfamiliar to me right now, sir. Yeah, that's what I call them, though. Boo boo. What's up, pumpkin? You need a hug, pumpkin? What's up, boo boo? Let me know if you're sensitive and you need a hug, just let me know. Do better, bro. You do better. You coming in here being the victim. I was cool. I've been fun, and I'm still cool. But I figure I just troll you a little bit now. Because you've been look at it, man. You've been disingenuous, is what I want to say. You're not even trying to ask the questions for real understanding. Because if that was the case, then yeah, you would have actually asked the questions for understanding. You did not do that. You trying to come up with a got you moment or whatever. And somebody and I notice with liberals, y'all, when you do answer a question, he asked about 9/11. We told him. He didn't believe it, right? He didn't believe it, which is fine. I'm not saying that you have to believe it, but I don't know you, Bo Riddle. What I gotta be hating on you about? I don't know you. What do I got? What do I get? What do I gain for being upset with you? Same thing for you. You don't know me. Why should you be upset with me? When you don't even know me in return. Whatever I do. I'm just saying. Talking about do better. I'm trying to do better. You should be doing the same thing. I'm not above from not doing better. You should do better too. You should be trying to get down to the truth instead of running with these black narratives, these old weak, tired, victim-minded narratives. We have enough of that in the so-called black community. These so-called strong black men, they really are not strong. Because you know who they're afraid of? They're afraid of their mamas. They're afraid of their aunties. They're afraid of their sisters. They're afraid of their female cousins. Everybody knows that the woman run the black community. And that shouldn't be the case at all. They are supposed to get in line and get with the program, not in the so-called black community. And they produce these old emotional ass males. They're not used to real dominant male structure and stand-up men at all. Because if they were, somebody like Trump wouldn't offend them. That's why black women don't like no stand-up man either. If you notice, they hate men that stand on their own square. The people that they really like is weak men, pacifist punk of a man. That's the ones they like. They don't like. This is our problem. You don't think I don't know this? This is our problem, ladies and gentlemen. This is the problem. You've been in this room for a while, B Riddle, and I don't. You know what? I don't even believe that you are that offended of what I have to say. I think I intrigue you because you ain't really ever ran across a brother like myself that stands on principle when it come down to Trump. You used to the same old narrative ass Negro that just get along to get along with everybody else and all the rest of this shit to go right along with it. Because if you were that bothered, you wouldn't even be here. You should have been gone. I don't believe you. Yeah, yeah, you about had enough. Well, I'm just saying though, you know, you can leave if you want to, or stay. Doesn't matter to me. I have an open forum, by the way. You don't. I'm not saying that you have to be here, nor am I offended. I'm not offended at all. If you want, it's your prerogative if you want to stay and go. It's your prerogative if you want to stay and go. That's all I'm saying. It's your prerogative. You don't have to stay here, sir. You can go. You know, if you want to come back, you can come back. You know I'm telling the truth about this stuff, though. I grew up in the black community. Are you kidding me? You don't think I know this stuff? Know what's going on? I can confidently say that. That has been a problem. Yeah, that has been a problem, though. That's what I'm saying. That has been a problem. We need strong male, alpha male, straight across the board, white, black, and other. That's what we're looking for. That's what we need. We don't need all this other stuff. Beta males are not going to get it, sir. I mean, I'm not offended if you're quiet or not, though, man. That's your prerogative, though. That's what I'm saying, though. You know. B Riddle says, "I've been quiet for the whole time listening to you. You asked some questions, and when I asked them, but you said do better. You basically accused me for being some type of shield for the Republican Party. Is really what you wanted to kind of say. And I basically told you that no, I'm not getting paid. I'm doing this on my own accord. You know what I'm saying? I'm not insulting you. Did I call you out your name one time? No, I did not. I didn't call you out your name one time. I ain't call you out your name one time. I told you you are more welcome, B Riddle, to come back into the room. We ain't gotta agree on everything. You think I get people that come in here, they don't agree with everything that I have to say, but when it come down to the policies, the stuff that I be saying for real, are already there. They are already there for anybody can go and pull them up. That's what I'm saying to you, man. I'm not insulting you for saying, but you got to admit what I said earlier about there is a large number of single black women in the black community that put out beta males. That's a fact, sir. And you know the thing with most black women, they're not used to dealing with a strong alpha male. They're not. That's what I said. That's what I said. Yeah, I know you've been quiet, man, but I think you came on here before. I'm not, like I said, man, what do I get? What do I gain by trolling you? And normally, if I troll back, I usually try to troll with facts. That's what I try to do. I try to troll with facts. Not, I haven't been one time personal with you. Now, I did say if you needed a hug, just let me know and I can arrange it for you. I did say that. I know what I'm saying, you don't have to agree with me. See, that's the problem in the black community. I know the problems. We are very cult. We are very cult like the black community. We believe that everybody got to be on, have to agree with the same thing, like the same foods, don't like no type of originality at all. Everybody's supposed to be on this thug, gangster type of SWAT. It's this craziest thing ever. What makes people unique is having some type of identity of my own. Shouldn't that be celebrated instead of, we all got to agree on the same damn thing? We got to like the same type. It's not the case, man. It's not the case. No, he don't really answer the questions though. He just that's the thing about it, Sharon Dabrowski. He don't really answer the questions with me though. I would like for him to, but what I think though, Sharon, is that I don't think he run across too many black men like myself, and I've gotten this before, because like I said before, the narrative with most black men, this is Saturday night talking about Donald Trump and policies. When you see these guys on here, they are usually talking about some type of rap culture, some other stuff. The same old narrative. Obviously, that's boring to him, right? So, they may run across and find me and find I may be having something funny to say, just like with Jesse Lee Peterson. I used to listen to Jesse Lee. A lot of black people be offended by Jesse Lee Peterson. I think he's funny. I think he's just a funny guy to me. But I don't take nothing. I don't agree with things what Jesse Lee say, on some things. If you guys know who he is, and he's black and he's a lot older, you know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He's like in his 70s. Some of you guys may know who he is, but I mean, that's the thing about it. We got to stop lumping everybody in the same category. We should be celebrated on our uniqueness instead of saying, well, you got to be getting along to get along. I mean, or you go with the status quo. That's the thing about it. So Austin Norris says, Merry Christmas. Um, Sharon Dombrowski says, I've seen him. Yeah, I've seen him before. B. Riddle says, I wasn't looking for you, bro. You came up on the street. I know. Um, don't take some things that I say literally, because I'm a funny guy and, I like to do some things or whatever. But however you found me, man, I'm glad you found me, man. We ain't got to agree on everything, Bo Riddle, at all. You won't have to agree on everything, man. Just like I may not agree with some things with you. If you don't, if you ride on the left, that's cool. That's cool, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You rock with the left. That's good. That's great. Great for you. Great for you. Right? That's exactly what it is. We don't rock with the left like that. We will point out their flawed policies, and we will talk about it with stuff that work, with sound, common sense, logic. This is what we're talking about here. Yeah, man. So, whoever you decide to vote for, nobody's over here trying to brainwash you, trying to tell you that you got to be a Trump lover and all that stuff. But I'm just saying, you should be trying to get down to the facts. You should be, instead of talking about, all this other stuff and his personality and all this other stuff. Who cares? As long as this man is fit to run this country, which I believe, I'm not the only one, 77 million plus believe that Trump is better suited to run America than the previous administration. You know, that's real. So yeah, Bo Riddle, I mean, there's no disrespects to you, sir. I don't know you. Yeah, Joe Mama says, once again, question, bro, Bo, why did Liz Cheney need a pardon? Yeah, why did Liz Cheney need a pardon? Why did Adam Shifty Schiff need a pardon? Right? Why all these people needed a pardon? That's the question. Why did they need a pardon? Bo Riddle says Trump is like 80s. LOL. Trump is like 80s. LOL. I guess that's back towards you, Joe Mama. Yeah. He's old. Yeah, Bo Riddle says he's old. Yeah, that sums it up about right. Yeah, it's sad that the young don't even respect the old these days, man. I mean, this guy here, I mean, what more can you do? This guy here is a billionaire, man. I mean, what more can you do? He may be old, but he actually have more money than most people will have in their lifetime, man. We know what else about Trump? His mother and father set him up, so therefore he don't have to be out here suffering and being poor. They cared, sir. They wanted him and his family. He's leaving a dynasty. When he's dead and gone, guess what? You think Barron Trump, Eric Trump, Don Jr., you think these people and his daughter and granddaughter, they all set up because his family did the right thing, right? It's about being accountable and responsible, right? Joe Mama says, no, he hasn't answered one question of mine. Yeah, I know, man. Bo Riddle says, Cheney is a Republican who says, I backed her. Hey, Bo Riddle, could you answer Joe Mama's question, man? Because that's being a little disingenuous, too, when you don't answer questions. This is my whole point with them, man. They rather ask you questions, but they don't like answering questions from the left. And then when they do something that they don't know, they'll say, well, what about Donald Trump? I'm surprised you didn't say that, Bo Riddle. Well, what about Trump? What about Trump? And I'm surprised you didn't bring up about Stormy Daniels, hush money files, all this. He's a convicted felon. I'm surprised you didn't bring that up. He's been convicted 34 count felon. I mean, why not go there too? He's a felon. He's been impeached twice. I mean, I'm surprised that he didn't bring that up though. But yeah, if you would answer Joe Mama's question, man, that he asked you, it's okay if you don't know, man. Nobody trying to beat you up, but when people ask you a question, it's disingenuous, man, disrespectful when you don't reply back. See, let's go silent again, man. I don't know what's going on. I think we should just go on and change the subject, man, and just let Bo Riddle, man, just stay silent, man, or whatever. You be a listening ninja, man. I don't mind that. You have no threat at all, man. Yeah, we're not on high alert in this room, man. I mean, the threat is minimal. Yeah, man. It's a lost cause, man. Yeah, it's a lost cause, man. They did a number on the black community. I'm gonna tell y'all that, man. They did a number on us. They did a number on us, man. And some of this stuff is irreversible, man. We have come down to in the black community alone, though, John and Sharon. And I know you guys are not, but I'll share this with you, man. You already know it, man. It's really sad what we really come down to, man. It really is, though, because we don't even have a community. How about that? I mean, we really don't. You can't have a community when you don't have a father and a mother or a commerce. That's not a community. It's not a community. It's called a broken home. And then not only that, if you don't have, if you can't produce with businesses to be able to produce and reproduce for yourself, then what you're going to have is a hood. And this is what we have. You think if the Democrats love blacks so much, because that's their biggest voter block, their constituents, and they don't give a damn about them at all. They just left it's a canary in the coal mine, man. It's what it is. This is why he's this way. Joe says, Tony, there are scores of black men doing live. There are though, and I didn't want to belittle them. I'm in agreement with you. No, no, they are, but they're still a small minority group though. They're a small minority group because I know some of them, like Black Conservative. I know of him, Doc Rich. There's a few others out there. Delroy or whatever. He's got a good podcast. There's quite a few of them. I'm in agreement though, Joe. I'm not saying that that blacks. There's a lot of Black conservative talking points and things. So I didn't say that there wasn't any of them, but yeah, I'm in agreement with you, man. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Bo Riddle says, you can't convince me. Nobody is trying to. He asked you a question, Bo Riddle. Joe Mama asked you a question and you didn't answer it. I would have more respect for you if you say you didn't know. What's wrong with just saying I don't know how, I don't have the answer to that question? What's wrong with saying that? He just asked you a simple question. Yeah, I'd rather get off that thing here, man, because it's a lost cause, man. See, Bo Riddle think that we're still trying to convince this guy. We're not. I don't waste my time trying to convince people that are never Trumpers. I don't waste my time, man. You will never win with this type of group of people, man. You won't. All this information today, Joe Mama, you're right. There's a lot of Black conservatives out here that's doing it harder than me. They're posting at least twice a day, 3 times a day, breaking stories more so than I can keep up because I gotta make a life. But you can tell the ones that's getting paid, no knocks towards them. Shoot, they got all these subscribers and everything like that. They're making good money by doing this, and I'm happy for their success. You know, I mean, yeah, that's cool. But I'm out here for real. I got to go out here and make a living, and I just do this as a hobby. I enjoy interaction with y'all all. I mean, with you all. That I like. Other people's feedbacks and inputs as well. B Riddle says, "Wait, who is getting paid?" No, I'm talking about people that get paid, content creators. You do know a lot of them are monetized. If you notice on my show, you haven't seen the monetize button whatsoever. You got to have 1,000 watch hours, right? And you also have to have. There's another stipulation. You got to have 1,000 subscribers and 1,000 watch hours in order to get monetized, right? Monetized, monetized. Sorry, monetized. Yeah, monetized, right? I'm not. My channel is not monetized. B Riddle says, "What? Okay." B Riddle says, "Me. If you're being monetized, good for you. But my channel is not being monetized at all. Monetized. Damn. Monetized at all. Keep saying monetized. Monetized. It's not being monetized at all. This is just me. I'm not being monetized. I'm just saying, I'm not being monetized. But that's okay too. That just comes as an extra bonus one day, man. I'm not crying about that. I go out here and work just like everybody else, man. I didn't wake up to dream to say, oh, I want to be a content creator. Nothing wrong with it if you are. If you're being monetized, B Riddle, well, what's your channel? Because I don't think that this is your real name. Who are you? For real, for real. If you're being monetized, what is your channel? Because I'm curious to want to pull it up. I think we all are curious to want to pull it up. B Riddle says, why are you on here if you are not getting paid? See? Sitting down, he said something don't sit right. I never said I am being monetized. Okay, I'm not being monetized either. Didn't I tell you earlier This is a hobby. I just enjoy doing it. That's not enough for you. It's got to be an angle. I got some old slick. I got some type of underhanded. I'm a shield for the Republican Party, the MAGA Republicans. This ain't the first time I've heard this before, sir. Most people do it for the bag, which is nothing wrong with it. I just do it because I just enjoy doing it. What's wrong with that? You're out here trying to convince people. No, no, I'm not. I just put up over here and just state out the facts. I don't really get a lot of trolls in here, if you notice. Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta switch over my earbud again. You know when you got these ear pods and stuff. You know when one go out, you gotta switch over to the other one. As soon as I can, oh yeah, I think I got it. There we go. All right, all right. Just give me a minute. Like the case is charging up. All right, there we go. Now it says I'm connected. There we go. All right. No, I'm not trying to convince nobody. I talk about a lot of stuff with Trump's policies for those that may not be aware. But everything, B. Riddle, is by choice, man. Everything is by choice, whether a person want to accept it or not. You know, people come back to the room because they like what I have to say. I got a good voice and funny man too, and you know, people like what I have to say. You know, nothing wrong with that. I'm not breaking no laws. I'm not harming anybody. You know, so what's wrong with that though? B Riddle. I mean Bo Riddle. Call you B Riddle, Bo Riddle. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Right? You know, I love doing lives because I like the interaction. When I do videos, they're okay, but I like the feedback. Whether if you like what I say or not, I still encourage open dialogue because I don't censor nobody in here unless if they getting unruly, right? But I really wish that you would have answered Joe Mama's question when he asked you though, because he did ask you a question though, you know, and you just straight up and ignored him. You don't think that's being a little rude? Then why are you mad? No, I'm not mad. Never was mad. Not mad. You will know when I'm mad. For real, for real. I'm not mad. I'm just been talking to you in my regular voice. Say you mad when somebody don't agree with you. No, I'm not mad when somebody don't want to agree with me, man, at all. Though. Remember I told you before, this is a free world, man. Free society. That's what make America so great. I'm not a tyrant or a dictator telling people that they got to agree with me or whatever. I'm going to get mad and kick them out of the room. No, I never did that. You can't even put that on me. Joe Mama says, Bo, if he was mad, you wouldn't still be in here. That's a good point. That's a very good point. We done talked for at least about 30 minutes or so dealing with this type of stuff with you, Bo Riddle. I mean, we really have. Like I said, you would know when I'm mad. Now, one thing about it is I still respect you because you didn't call me no names. You didn't say I was dumb and stupid and an idiot. Some people do say that though, you know. And like I said, names never hurt nobody. But yeah, you know, this is the reason why you're still in the room. So I am a, you know, I'm actually, I guess you could say, I'm pretty surprised that you are showing some type of decor about yourself, you know, decorum about yourself, you know. Yeah, you're all right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but yeah, and that's okay though too, Joe Mama, Sharon, Dombrowski. It's all good with Bo. You know, that's the thing about it. If he been in this room and tolerated me all this time, and I mean, like I said, I ain't nobody. I'm just some random guy, man. But you know, I'm not. You know, he's kind of he's got this. He's misreading me differently, man, and you know, and prejudging me on some things that I really don't like people prejudging me. You know, I don't like to be prejudged. You know, that's one thing I don't like. I don't like to be prejudged because I am my own. I am a unique individual. You know, instead of running with the status quo, and we got too much of us doing that, especially in the so-called black community. They do that stuff a lot, and it gets a little tiring. You know. But other than that, though, yeah, man. So, yeah, man, we had a great stream tonight. It was really cool. We had a lot of people come on. People agree or disagree. All is welcome. That was really cool. You know, we did our thing, man. We did. We really really you know really did our thing and stuff tonight. It was real successful, and yeah, you know what I'm saying. And the next one I'm gonna do, whatever when I come up with it, I'll find out what it is. Bo Riddle says, I have a question. Do you go to church? Do you have a pastor? A pastor, yeah. Bo says, I suggest you get one, right? hmm Bo Riddle says, see what people are talking about. Yeah, yeah, you know. So you suggest that I should go to church? And I guess the precipice would be is that I'm supposed to find Jesus, right? I got to find Jesus and get right with Him, my Lord and Savior. Is that what we're talking about here, Bo Riddle? Right? Because I've been a heathen out here in the streets, conniving, robbing, stealing, cheating, you know, fornicating, out here with making bastard children and all the rest of the stuff. Is that what we're going with this thing? Though, be Bo Riddle. I'm just another one of these heathens out here that need Jesus, right? Jesus support Planned Parenthood. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that is a good question, though. Does Jesus support Planned Parenthood? Yet and still, in these inner cities, we have Lee's. We have Planned. There's Lee's, mom. We have. Is he over here, Lee's? Yeah. We have Planned Parenthood, right? In these inner cities, right? Planned Parenthood. The question is, does Jesus support Planned Parenthood? Your point, Joe Mama? Joe Mama says, what about Jesus? What does Jesus have to say about transgender sports? Yeah, what does Jesus have to say about transgender sports? Is that what it is, Mom? Abomination? Yeah, you got a good point. My mother have a good point, you guys. Yep. Joe Mama, yeah, I don't ever see Joe Mama use big caps But Joe Mama says, Bo, you're a effing moron, a hypocrite. Joe Mama, John, yeah, John is a good friend of mine online here, Mom, yeah, hmm yeah. I mean, come on, Bo, man, make it make sense, Bo. Bo, don't do this, Bo. Bo, make it make sense. Because you can stand for all this indecency, but you tell me on the other hand that I got to find Jesus for what I'm talking about because I support Trump and Trump stands for common decency. This is the guy that says that he's bringing prayer back into schools. Trump said that he's getting rid of the transgender males in women's sports, right? Yep, and keeping them out the bathrooms too, right? Keeping men out of the women's bathroom. I don't even call them transgender men, they're men. It's only two genders, one male, one female, Bo Riddle. There's nothing more. Sharon Dombrowski says Planned Parenthood was started by Margaret Sanger, right? Who was aligned with the KKK. That's why Planned Parenthood is still in the inner city. Absolutely correct. I don't think Bo Riddle even know that though, Sharon. That's why I didn't want to bring it up. I don't. That's great that you bring it up, but I don't know what his level of education is on that. I don't think he's even aware. Jay Nelson says separation of church and state. Period. Separation of church and state. B. Riddle says Sharon Dombrowski, you've been brainwashed by Candace Owens. LOL. Wow. You know, this is amazing though, Yeah, yeah, Mom, I already know. Oh yeah, yep. That's all. Yeah, that's what they do. Hmm. Yep. Hmm. Yep. Right. 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 And this is coming from my mother, what she just said, you know? She said, why are we even wasting our time even talking to this guy? You know? Which I gotta agree with my mother. So like you said, it's a waste of energy. It's a waste of energy. And that's why I say the never Trumpers and people and Trump derangement people syndrome, those are the two right there. And see, and then Bo Riddle says, wow. Yeah, man. I mean, because Sharon Dombrowski brought up a great point about the Planned Parenthood. Now I've heard it all. You haven't even heard it. You refuse to even hear. That's not true. You didn't hear anything. You had your both of your fingers over your ear saying, la 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 la. I don't have to listen to you. That's virtually what you've been doing the whole time, though, Bo Riddle. You're not even trying to even take any talking points and nuggets that we drop to research it on your own. You're just saying you just discount it and thinking like, hey, this is just a bunch of crap and I ain't gotta listen to you. Just spitting out just whatever your narrative is, and you trying to run some type of game and trying to brainwash people. You want them to be Trump loyalists, supporters. You make it sound like we're in a cult. Can't be a cult when the majority of the people feel the same way. Everybody know that Joe Biden was not the answer and it was not going in the right direction in this country. And we exercise our vote, our voter rights. We don't have to convince you on no level at this point though at all, Bo Riddle. We don't have to convince anybody at this level anymore. Remember, Trump won, Harris lost. by a landslide. Yeah, they wasn't trying to hear that ish. That ish, they weren't. They weren't. Bo Riddle says, "Nah, I've heard it all." Yeah, I don't think you heard anything, to be really honest. You refuse to want to listen for understanding. You try to make it sound like we just some old crazy old kooks that's up in here just spitting out a whole bunch of lies. Ain't that right? And that I need Jesus to save me from my sins or my lies. Ain't that right? Ain't that what you believe? It's amazing that we keep hearing the same, like, you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. Sharon Dombrowski says, Bo Riddle, you've been brainwashed by CNN and MSNBC and ABC, right? We got ABC from The View. We got Rachel Madcow, right? And we got that other woman too, but the one that got fired, Joyless Reed, yeah, got her off there, Yeah. CNN used to be CIA. Oh yeah, mom, I understand. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, Sonny Holson. Yeah, you're absolutely right, mom. Yep, you're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. I know. I already know. Yeah, we just, well, it creates dialogue and, but, I understand, but one thing about it, he hasn't been rude though. Mom, he hasn't been rude. I know. I know. Yeah. You're totally right, mom. Yeah. Hmm. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Jay Nelson, you're absolutely right, my friend. Because yeah, I'm just gonna read back what Jay Nelson had to say. He says they all are intelligence asset, right? All of them, right? Exactly. You're spot on the money. Bo Riddle says, and also get into my church. Uh-oh. Get the info. I'm sorry. Get info from my church. Okay, so Bo Riddle, I'll bite. Why not? What I'm saying, this is still entertaining for me. I'm not like upset with you or anything, church and all this other stuff. Are you Jehovah's Witness, Seventh Day Adventist, Baptist, Methodist, Pentecostal? Which one? Which one? Methodist, Catholic. Which other ones there is, Mom? I think that's mainly the main ones, right? Which one of those denominations are you affiliated with? Non-denomination? Which one, Bo Riddle? Yeah, it is. Right. Exactly. Oh yeah. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Mom. Yeah, Mom, you're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. Yep, you're 100% right. Sharon says, Sharon says, we know the source. Uh, True Pat says, oh my God, don't go to religion. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, don't go to religion. Yeah. Bo Riddle says, you don't, okay. You have not answered me. Uh, do you go to church? And why can't you answer me? Well, here's the thing about it. Now you are upset with me because I won't answer you.
And that's a person. That has nothing to do with the subject. That's a personal decision that individuals make.
Did you hear what my mama said? That is a personal, it's all personal, Bo Riddle. Did you hear what my mama said, right?
Who are you to judge somebody whether they go to church or not?
And my mother said, who are you to judge whether or not if I go to church? But I wanted to do the same common courtesy that you've been doing me, as well as my moderators in this room and other people when they ask you a question. You just flat out ignore them, but you can't stand being ignored. I have no problem answering the question, but I'm gonna do you the courtesy, see how much you like it, right? See, it's not cool, right? It's not cool when you do it back to them, they can't handle it, right? Oh, we got barbecue. Yep, roadkill is in the house, man. Yeah, this brother here from Detroit, right here, Mom. Barbecue roadkill, boy. What's going on with you, sir? Yeah, that brother from Detroit. Yeah, that brother from Detroit. Know about Young's barbecue, Mom? Oh yeah, remember Majors up there on Illinois? Texas style. Yes, sir. Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a good old thing last night, didn't we, barbecue roadkill? Boy, we over here running down Detroit, man. We sure did. We sure did. Good evening to you back, bro. Yeah, man. Shit, I started showing stuff on Detroit. Man, he saw my channel. He saw this thing. He said, man, yeah, barbecue road. Yeah, he said, yeah, he already knew what's up. Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. It was all good. Yep. It's all good. Yeah, yeah, barbecue roll good said to you, Mom. He said, amen, mama. You know? Yeah, Detroit know its own though, sir. Yes, sir, boy. Yes, sir. That's mama, you know. Yeah, y'all this is a rare thing though, boy. I should actually do more with me and my mama on my live though, huh? I should though. I know you don't, Mom. Mhm. Yeah. And Mom wouldn't mind at all though, to be honest.
I was a dumb Democrat for years.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I finally woke up.
Yeah, you hear what my mama said? Yeah, my mother said she was a dumb Democrat for years. She said she finally woke it up.
Absolutely. And it's Trump all the way.
She said it's Trump all the way, man. Trump all the way. Boy, that is what's up. Go ahead, mama. That's my mama, though, right there, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what church you go to? Yeah, yeah. So, Bo Riddle, you gotta listen. You gotta listen to your mama, man. The mama is speaking with wisdom and telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
And a lot of people are setting up in church every Sunday and what have you. That's just what they're doing, setting up in church every Sunday.
Can we call it a hypocrite, mama?
Well, I'm not gonna call them all that, but I'm just saying.
I got you.
What productive? What does that have to do with anything?
Yes, you're absolutely right, because it should be on the policies. We need to talk about religion. That's a personal thing, though. That's why I never bring it up in the room. People bring it up, that's on their own. But he brought it up. I never did. And that's why I ignored you, Bo Riddle, because religion is a personal thing. Spirituality is personal. How I pray and who I pray to, I don't get into all that stuff.
Then you said
Because
you're
right.
being rude. You're being rude, but now you want to bring God into the picture. Because one thing about it, there's only one.
Yeah, that's true. It's only one God. It's true.
Regardless of what you want to call him, there's
Yeah.
only one.
Yeah, you're right about that, Mom.
Yeah.
You're right about that. True Pat says religion has no place in politics, right? That's what my mother said. Politics is of the flesh, right? So yeah, like I said, me and True Patch can have some things that we can agree on, and other things we don't agree on. That's fine, you know. But I think that Bo Riddle is a little misguided in things like that, and things. So that should be like a more of a private, personal matter. Right. That's a private, personal matter.
You are.
That's why you notice I never bring up the religion part of it. I have talked about religion and so forth. We had a live about some of the things though. Book of Enoch talked about the Nephilims and all that stuff. I would talk about that, but I don't get into my personal because it's like again, it's personal, right? So yeah, we had a real. I'm glad to see that a lot of you guys have returned back and things like that because we had a very great live and so forth. True Patch says, uh, "Can I say something? But sarcastic? You talking about being sarcastic? Oh, I'm sorry, sacrilegious. You can say whatever you want, though. I'm not offended by it. I'm sorry, sacrilegious. Yeah, you can go ahead and say that if you want to. You can say whatever you want to say and things, as long as it's not being offensive to other people. You know, yeah, truck habit. Yeah, truck habit. Truck. Yeah, I was calling him True Patch. Truck Patch. Yeah, I thought it was a play on Tupac actually when I first saw the name. But it's all good. Yeah, I did a whole thing on Detroit yesterday, like talking like a lot of factual stuff about Detroit. Yeah, it was really fun though. One of these days I want to just have my camera and drive around. Jay Nelson says we've all been played on a deep level. It's almost unbelievable. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you though, Jay Nelson. I've been played. We all have, man. We had the wool poured over our eyes, man. The knowledge of truth been hidden under a bushel basket.
Bamboozle.
Hoodwinked and bamboozled. Yeah, there you go. That's what my mother say, bamboozled. Yep, we all have been. Now we're waking up. And the old tricks from the left don't work no more because people are waking up. They're waking up to the truth, you know? We don't have to agree on everything, but one thing about it is that I support people's freedom of speech. That is what makes the Constitution and make America so great. And we got to remember that. I'm just because I may not agree with what Bo Riddle have going on and have to say. Does I mean you still have the right, Bo Riddle, under the Constitution, freedom of speech. You have that. You can even criticize the president. You can talk about the president, right? You have that right under the Constitution.
Go to China and pull that.
Yeah, exactly. My mother said, go to China and try to pull that,
Go to Russia and try
right?
to pull
She
that.
said, go to Russia because they don't have the same they have privileges. We have rights. Bo Riddle says, if you give me your contact, I'll let my pastor call you. You are open to that? No, I'm not open to that because again, I'm not the one. Again, it's everything spiritual, everything religious wise, personal to me.
We're
That's a
talking political.
we're talking
We're talking
political.
politics
Just like my
now.
thank you, mom.
Bo,
Yeah, that's what.
Riddle, whatever your name is.
Yeah,
And if you want to be a crusader or something like that, that's a different story. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the reality of politics and direction.
yeah,
We're not talking about Christianity or whatever. That's everybody's personal right.
she's absolutely correct. She absolutely is
So
correct.
get off of it, and if it's something you want to do, you go to church and talk to your pastor.
Yep, she's right. My mother is right about that. Bo Riddle, I know you heard her. She's absolutely correct about that. Need to have my mother on this live more often, though. Yeah.
Good enough.
Bo Riddle says my pastor talks about Trump and how he fooled the black community.
Yeah, well, your pastor has the right to his opinion, and other individuals, the whole map went red. So, like it is, we have chosen who we want to lead this country, and he's doing it, and he's doing it well.
Yeah, you can't argue against that though. It is factual about that though. What my mother just said.
We're not talking about going to church right now.
Hmm
You go to church. There's nothing
Right.
wrong with church. Nobody's down in church.
Yeah. Barbecue Roadkill says, "Bold. I think your pastor should talk about Jesus and not about Trump." That's what my mother said. Barbecue Roadkill. Yeah, because that's the thing about it, man. Don't let us get divided by religion. The religion divides people, and things. There's a lot of things that divide people, But right now, we're talking about the state of affairs of America, right? Yeah. Joe Mama says barbecue. I agree 100%. Yeah, yeah. That brother from Detroit. Yeah, but yeah, I gotta put a sound bite on there. Next time I put a sound bite, yeah, say, yeah, that brother is from Detroit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Remember that old saying, said, "Don't mess with me. I'm from Detroit." Yeah, yeah. I don't mean, like I said, I'm not offended by it. I'm not offended by it. But yeah, yeah, man, it's been a great live though, man. You guys have been great, man. This has been good. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead on and shut it down, man. Shut it down. Yeah, you guys have been great, man. I gotta get Mama in and stuff. You guys been great. But yeah, man. So we're gonna do it again. I appreciate you guys, man, coming on, man. Joe Mama, Shannon Dombrowski, you guys, we got barbecue roadkill in the house. That brother from Detroit. Dear, we even got let me see here, truck patch. Came back on. I appreciate it. Okay, bro. Catch you next time. I'm gonna catch you too, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna do Detroit, man. I'm gonna do a ride through one of these days and do the whole thing. Areas that you're gonna recognize. I'm gonna do that. Joe Mama says, catch everyone next time as well. Have a good night. I appreciate you all, man. It's been real good, man. This has been one of the best entertainments I have had, man. But also educational at the same time. Sharon said, Dabrowski says, good night. Yeah, y'all say good night, Mom.
Good night.
And my mother says good night to y'all all as well, too, Yep, respect your mamas. Love your mamas. If you don't love nobody else. I appreciate you all, and I'll see y'all on the next one, all right? Oh, yeah, you got hearts on there. I think those hearts are for you, Mom.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, my mother said, isn't that wonderful? Yeah. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys, and I'll see y'all all on the next one, though. Peace and chicken grease. I'm out. Thank you, guys. Please like, comment, subscribe as well. And even Bo Riddle, you are more welcome to come back on again, sir.
And Bo Riddle, you go talk to your minister.
Uh-oh.
That's what you do. You go talk to him.
Yeah, my mother gave Bo Riddle some advice. She said, go and talk to your pastor is what my mother said. Yeah, you gotta listen to mama now, I'm out. Good night, you guys.